The 9,786th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is reports of the Secretary-General on the Sudan and South Sudan. The agenda is adopted. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe that the situation in Sudan is tragic. France wholeheartedly endorses the draft resolution proposed by the UK, and we're grateful to you for it. And I think it's essential for this draft to be adopted. I have the impression that the conditions are not quite there yet as we speak, and I would suggest perhaps that the Council discuss this in consultations now to make sure that this draft can be adopted. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France. In the light of their comments, I propose that we temporarily suspend the meeting to resolve the matter and the Council members reconvene in the consultations chamber for further discussion. There being no objection, the meeting is suspended.
The 9,708 sixth meeting of the Security Council is resumed. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Sudan to participate in the meeting. It is so decided. Consideration of item 2 of the agenda. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. Members of the Council have before them document S 2024/826, the text of a draft resolution submitted by Sierra Leone and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The Council is ready to proceed to the vote of the draft resolution before it. I shall put the draft resolution to the vote now. Will those in favour of the draft resolution contained in document S 2024/826 please raise their hand? Those against? The result of the voting is as follows: 14 votes in favour, 1 vote against, 0 abstentions. On Resolution 2761/2024, then, the draft resolution has not been adopted owing to the negative vote of a permanent member of the Council. I now give the floor to those members of the Council who wish to make statements after the vote. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Development Affairs of the United Kingdom. For over 18 months, Sudanese civilians have endured unimaginable violence. We've seen and heard the testimony, atrocities driven by ethnic hatred, sexual violence, including mass rape, children abducted and recruited as soldiers in this horror, aid workers attacked, essential supplies blocked, homes, schools, hospitals destroyed and looted. This suffering is a scar on the collective conscience, on a scale that's frankly hard to comprehend. In the face of this horror, the United Kingdom and Sierra Leone, working in partnership, sought to bring this council together to address this humanitarian emergency and catastrophe, to protect civilians, to ensure aid access, to call for a ceasefire. One country stood in the way of the council speaking with one voice. One country is the blocker. One country is the enemy of peace. This Russian veto is a disgrace, and it shows to the world yet again Russia's true colours. Shame on Putin for waging a war of aggression in Ukraine. Shame on Putin for using his mercenaries to spread conflict and violence across the African continent. And shame on Putin for pretending to be a partner of the global south while condemning black Africans to further killing, further rape, further starvation in a brutal war. I asked the Russian representative, in all conscience, sitting there on his phone, how many more Sudanese have to be killed? How many more women have to be raped? How many more children have to go without food before Russia will act? Russia will have to explain itself the entire United Nations membership now. While Britain doubles aid, Russia blocks aid access. While Britain works with our African partners, Russia vetoes their will. We tabled this resolution to show the Sudanese people and the world that they are not forgotten. This text would have called on parties to agree humanitarian pauses, to ensure the safe passage and get aid to where it's needed. It would have galvanized support to local groups who are taking unimaginable risks to protect their communities. And it would have increased pressure on the warring parties to agree a ceasefire by supporting mediation efforts. Mean, nasty, and cynical. Russia's veto today sends a message to the warring parties that they can now act with impunity, that they can ignore their commitments and responsibilities to protect their own people. Let me be clear. I will not stop calling for more action to protect the people of Sudan. I will not stop calling for more aid. I will not stop working with our partners in Africa and around the world to help. The UK will not forget Sudan. I resume my function as President of the Council and give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President. We acknowledge the significance of co-penning this important resolution with the United Kingdom and commend the United Kingdom for the diligent and tireless efforts in the negotiations of the draft resolution, including to widely consult as co-pen holder. However, Sierra Leone regrets that the resolution on the protection of civilians in Sudan has not been adopted, despite genuine efforts made to find a consensus among member states. Sierra Leone co-penned this resolution not only to respond to the devastating situation for civilians in Sudan, but also due to the parallels between the violence and international humanitarian law violations in Sudan and our challenging experience during our civil conflict, particularly the devastating impacts on women and children. We recall the UN Security Council's 1999 decision to entrust UNAMSIL with the protection of civilians mandate in Sierra Leone, marking a turning point in our conflict and ultimately leading to the Lomé Peace Accord. Let us be clear, the draft resolution did not mandate troop deployment in Sudan, in line with the Secretary General's assessment. It, however, would have conveyed solidarity and established mechanisms to prevent further atrocities. Sierra Leone will continue to work with other Council members to have a product that protects civilians from the ongoing human rights violations in Sudan. As a member state and elected member of the Council that has endured civil conflict, we were compelled by the moral imperative to advocate for civilians in Sudan. We continue to call on all parties to cease hostilities, engage in dialogue, and commit to a Sudanese-led, inclusive political process, as emphasized by the UN Secretary General. Finally, we reaffirm our support for the Secretary General's personal envoy and the African Union High-Level Panel on Sudan in advancing a lasting peace through inclusive dialogue. I thank you.
Can I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for their statement and now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you. The Right Honorable David Lammy, President of the Security Council, for giving me the floor. We commend Sierra Leone and the United Kingdom as the co-pen holders for leading the Security Council to promote protection of civilians in Sudan by responding to the Secretary General's recommendations. Japan voted in favor of the draft resolution because we are gravely concerned about the prolonged dire humanitarian and human rights situation in Sudan. We believe that the Security Council must fulfill its responsibility and taking action in response to this tragedy as soon as possible. Japan engaged in the negotiations constructively. We therefore regret that this Council was not able to adopt the resolution due to casting veto by Russia in spite of the Council members' active diplomacy. Mr. President, Japan supports and encourages the Secretary General and his personal envoy, Mr. Lamamura, to further engage the party to the conflict, as well as the African Union and other key stakeholders. Japan's Special Envoy for Horn of Africa recently visited Sudan and urged General Burhan for ceasefire and improvement of humanitarian access. Japan also would like to stress protection of the safety, security, and freedom of movement of all humanitarian personnel and commodities. To this end, Japan called on the party to the conflict to ensure full, rapid, safe, unhindered, and sustained humanitarian access, including cross-border and cross-line activities. Mr. President, as Japan's current Security Council term nears its end, we encourage fellow remaining and incoming Council members to further develop concrete steps for protection of civilians in Sudan. To conclude, I reiterate Japan's strong commitment to the people of Sudan. Japan will not leave them behind as a responsible member state, which unwaveringly supports human society and dignity, human security and dignity. I thank you.
Well, I thank the representative of Japan for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Mr. President, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm particularly grateful to the United Kingdom and to Sierra Leone as pen holders for their efforts during the negotiations and to the members of the Council for their commitment. Switzerland voted in favor of the draft resolution on the protection of civilians in Sudan and regrets that it was not adopted due to the veto of a permanent member of the Security Council. Millions of Sudanese are suffering the horrors of a war that has no end in sight and is leaving the country in ruins. Hundreds of thousands of people are suffering from the horrific atrocities committed by the Rapid Support Forces in Al Jazeera and the indiscriminate aerial bombardments by the Sudanese armed forces. Reports of sexual and gender-based violence are appalling, while hunger rages across the country and kills in silence. In the context of continuing ethnic violence, we regularly hear warnings of the risks of genocide. The heavy toll paid by the civilian population is beyond all comprehension. As Switzerland has repeatedly stressed that their protection is not a choice, it is an obligation. We once again, therefore, call on all parties to immediately cease hostilities and to respect their obligations under international humanitarian law and human rights law, as well as the commitments they made in Jeddah. Mr. President, There is no military solution to this conflict. It is imperative that the belligerents silence their weapons and put the interests of the Sudanese people first. In this regard, let me reiterate our strong support for the Secretary-General's personal envoy in his ongoing diplomatic efforts. We remain at his disposal for any support he may require. I would also like to reiterate that as a member of this Council, despite today's veto, we have a responsibility to continue to give our full attention to resolving this catastrophic conflict. The Sudanese people deserve to live in peace, security, and dignity. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Switzerland for their statement and give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Republic of Korea deeply regrets that the critical resolution on the protection of civilians in Sudan did not receive the support it needed to be adopted due to veto by the Russian Federation. We voted in favor of this resolution because of the urgent need of the protecting of civilians in Sudan. We express our appreciation to the co-penholders, the United Kingdom and the Sierra Leone, for their leadership. The resolution tabled today was intended to send a strong and unequivocal message from the Security Council to the parties to the conflict in Sudan. An immediate nationwide cessation of the hostility is the most effective way to protect civilians in Sudan. Regrettably, the continued reluctance of the Sudanese parties to engage in negotiation toward a ceasefire agreement reflects a misguided conviction that military supremacy can be achieved. The persistent stance exacerbated the suffering of civilians and prolongs the conflict. Unfortunately, we do not have a new resolution to call on the parties to conflict back to negotiation table, but we urge once again both parties to the conflict to work expeditiously towards a robust, transparent mechanism to ensure their commitments translate into meaningful progress on the ground. Moreover, while we welcome the decision by the Sudanese authorities to keep the Adria crossing open, we call on all parties to conflict take further steps, including the lifting of time restrictions, to facilitate unimpeded and sustained humanitarian assistance. Despite the failure to adopt this resolution today, it is imperative that Security Council continues its collective efforts to end the conflict in Sudan and prioritize the protection of civilians. We reaffirm our commitment to support these critical endeavors. I thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. Malta thanks the co-pen holders, United Kingdom and Sierra Leone, for their extensive efforts on this resolution. Malta deeply regrets that it was vetoed when it enjoyed the support of all other Council members. Malta voted in favour of this text, which requested the development of a compliance mechanism to facilitate the implementation of the Jeddah Declaration commitments. The draft rejected this Council's persistent call since the onset of the violence in Sudan that the SAF and the RSF immediately cease hostilities and for the two sides to honour and fully implement their commitments to protect civilians. We further demand the RSF to immediately halt its attacks against civilians, particularly in Darfur, Al Jazeera and Sanaa states. The continued assault by the RSF on El Fasher must stop. We also remind all member states of their obligations under the 1591 sanctions regime. President, the resolution would have sent a strong message to the parties to urgently comply with their obligations under international law and to ensure that civilians, civilian objects and humanitarian and medical personnel are not targeted. women and girls continue to face deplorable levels of sexual and gender-based violence, while children continue to be victims of violence and abuse. Perpetrators of such crimes and violations must be held accountable through transparent and independent accountability mechanisms. We also call on all parties to sustain the passage of humanitarian aid through all available cross-line and cross-border routes. In this regard, we welcome the recent decision by the Sudanese authorities to renew a 3-month extension of the Adreb border crossing. To conclude, President, we will continue to support Person Envoy Lamamra and encourage him to continue his coordination with the African Union and other partners. We remind all stakeholders of the indispensable role that women hold in all levels and stages of dialogue and decision-making. Their work in advancing civilian protection needs and political mediation deserves our continued support. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for their statement and give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, President. Slovenia voted in favor of the resolution. We extend our gratitude to Sierra Leone and to the United Kingdom for the leadership on the draft. Our position on the alarming and still deteriorating situation in Sudan has been consistent and clear. We have listened intently to the voices raised in this chamber, emphasizing the imperative not to let the people of Sudan suffer in silence. Today's vote reflects Slovenia's commitment to addressing these urgent calls. We firmly believe that this Council bears a responsibility to respond to Sudan's people's desperate pleas for protection, especially women and children. We profoundly regret that the veto has been cast. The crisis in Sudan demands not only the unwavering attention of this Council, but more critically, decisive and united action. This is not a matter of choice, but of responsibility. While the complexities of the situation are acknowledged, they must not be used as justification for inaction. Rather, they should drive us to act with greater urgency and determination for Sudanese people. In our earlier statements, we recognized and commended the mediation efforts of regional and international actors. Today, we reiterate our call for this Council to exhibit the same collective resolve. The relentless violence that Sudanese people, in particular women and girls, are facing every day, the widespread destruction and human suffering across Sudan, compounded by ongoing clashes, and according to the reports of ethnically targeted violations and abuses, is beyond comprehension. The humanitarian crisis continues to worsen, tragically marked by the world's most severe acute food insecurity crisis, a declared famine in Zamzam, and fears of famine risks in other regions. These demands a more robust and sustained response. Multiple reports, including those from the independent fact-finding mission, detail widespread human rights violations. The horrifying accounts of sexual and gender-based violence, including conflict-related sexual violence, underscore the dire need for accountability. With limited monitoring mechanisms in place, we fear the true extent of these crimes risks remaining in the shadows. Silence is not an option in the face of such egregious violations. The atrocities must not go unpunished, and justice must be pursued. Without justice, sustainable peace cannot be achieved. Parties to the conflict must respect international humanitarian and human rights law. Safe, rapid, and unimpeded access to humanitarian aid is essential across all parts of Sudan. Access to food, water, healthcare, and medical supplies must not only be ensured, but also sustained and expanded. Slovenia remains unwavering in its commitment to supporting the people of Sudan and advancing peace, security, and justice throughout the country. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for their statement and give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for your excellent demonstration of British neocolonialism that really is what we have to dub your statement today. everybody who heard your complex, pathos-ridden speech really proves why your country is losing influence and power. Distinguished colleagues, the Russian Federation voted against the UK and Sierra Leone draft resolution of the Security Council on Sudan. We agree with all Security Council colleagues that the conflict in Sudan requires a swift resolution. It is also clear that the only way to achieve this is for the warring parties to agree to a ceasefire. We believe that the Security Council's role here is to help them to achieve this. However, this should be consistent and open and should not be done by imposing upon the Sudanese, through a council decision, the opinion of its individual members, flavoured with their post-colonial flavourings as to how the future country should be. And in particular, the council should not play into the hands of the desire of the former metropole to score points in the eyes of the Sudanese diaspora in the UK. Distinguished colleagues, the main problem with the UK draft is that it has a false understanding of who bears responsibility for the protection of civilians in Sudan and for border control and security control in the country, and who should take a decision to invite foreign forces to Sudan. Ultimately, with whom the UN officials should cooperate in order to address existing problems and plan assistance. We have no doubt that it should solely be the government of Sudan who should play that role. However, the UK authors are clearly trying to refuse Sudan that right. During all the work on the draft, they expended a lot of effort to delete from the text any mention of the legitimate authorities of Sudan in the key points. Their position is absurd and unacceptable, in particular in the light of the fact that the government of Sudan represents its country in international organizations and has control over the main processes in the state. It is engaged in distributing humanitarian assistance, and the Sudanese themselves are seeking refuge and protection in the regions controlled by the government. We have to qualify this position as nothing but an attempt to give themselves an opportunity to meddle in Sudanese affairs and in future political and social intrigue. That was the case in the spring of 2023, when the attempts to push through decisions that did not enjoy the support of the population, in fact, laid the groundwork for the tragedy unfurling in Sudan. Such plans of our Western colleagues are also surprising because the Security Council previous calls to the rapid support forces to stop the siege of El Fasher and other towns in the text that we proposed, these calls have now been changed with new warped wording that proposes the fighters should refrain and halt their attacks just against civilians. Therefore, this resolution essentially is proposing encouragement of the ongoing hostilities. I would like to assure you that our country will continue unfailingly to use its veto to prevent such events from happening for our African brothers. Furthermore, we categorically do not accept the idea in the draft of using external accountability mechanisms to ensure accountability for acts of violence. Such bodies such as the ICC have proven to be totally ineffective regarding Sudan and other situations. We are convinced that a referral to a judicial system should remain the sole prerogative of the government of Sudan. Colleagues, last time the Security Council asked the UN Secretary-General to have a report with recommendations to protect civilians in Sudan. The report clearly states that in order to deploy international forces in the country, the conditions have not yet been met. We would add that that is indeed the case. There's no agreement on a ceasefire. There's no understanding in which regions of the country and with which aims that would be deployed. Furthermore, the request for such a presence should stem solely from the existing Sudanese leadership. We are not ruling anything out. However, we are convinced that if now, despite the opinion of the authorities in Sudan, such work was to be started, it would not lead to anything good. The ill-thought-through peacekeeping endeavour during the active phase of a domestic conflict and its widespread geography might be a total disaster. Having such a scenario would ultimately undermine trust in the UN from Sudan and significantly undermine the inconsistent work of UNITAMS that was deployed. We completely disagree with the narrative of the authors about the dire humanitarian situation and their deliberate ignoring of the opinion and data from the Sudanese authorities. The UN humanitarian structures and their Western partners need to refresh their memories as to the UN humanitarian guiding principles, including the depoliticized nature of any assistance. It's not acceptable to call upon Sudan to have open borders for humanitarian access, but not to use all crossing points provided by them to deliver aid. Port Sudan has its reasons for restrictions. It has been flagging the threat of weapons being rerouted to fuel fighters. It's possible, or rather, instead of calling for transparent borders, maybe it would be better to get to the bottom of the Sudanese concerns. We believe it's very important for any steps in the humanitarian area to be agreed solely with the Sudanese central authorities. In fact, Washington and London are continuing to play with this subject for their purposes, and through unilateral sanctions are hampering efforts of the country's leadership to provide assistance to the people. Colleagues, we urge you to take a calm look at the way the Sudan is being addressed in the Security Council without a constructive and involved cooperation from each Security Council member with the government of Sudan, without a sincere desire to assist the Sudanese people overcome their difficulties. Any decision of the Council is doomed to failure. We would urge you to avoid the tactic of upping the ante. The personal envoy of the SG Lamamra is continuing his efforts. We must give him time and the political opportunity to talk to all those who have an influence on the situation, be these internal or external players. Finally, it's important to throw out double standards that, in the case of Sudan, seem to be particularly egregious. Those very countries who, regarding Sudan, are calling loud and clear of the need for a ceasefire and requiring both parties to halt violence and to protect civilians, well, in the case of Gaza, are giving carte blanche to Israel to continue the escalation and are paying no heed whatsoever to the egregious violations of international humanitarian law by the Israeli army. They are holding aloft the right of Israel to self-defense and to protect its civilians. However, when we're talking about Sudan, the same right of its government is rejected. And for some reason, without any investigation, they're accusing the Sudanese army of all sorts of ills. Colleagues, we would urge all of you to reject this neo-colonial thinking and to avoid artificially creating chaos in this country to ensure that we do not catch a fish in murky waters. Thank you.
You've heard the statement from the representative of the Russian Federation. I give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Gracias.
Thank you, President. Ecuador voted in favor of the draft resolution, which reaffirmed the urgent need to respect international humanitarian law and to protect civilians as a primordial, essential responsibility borne by the parties in the conflict. And I deeply regret the fact that this resolution was not adopted due to the veto by a permanent member. We must underscore the fact that the draft resolution, this vital draft resolution, is based on principles of international law and on the peaceful resolution of disputes. These represent the only way to address the very serious crisis impacting the country. Ecuador is grateful to the delegations of the United Kingdom and Sierra Leone for their leadership as co-pen holders of the text. If the text had been adopted, then the resolution would have guaranteed access for humanitarian assistance, and it would have promoted a national ceasefire, and these are key components to move forward towards stability and peace. Food insecurity and famine declared in various regions of Sudan are realities which should not be politicized. Although this resolution did not explicitly refer to these facts, we are convinced that its adoption would have facilitated the arrival of humanitarian assistance to those most in need, particularly women and children. At the same time, this resolution contained a reference to the role of the Sanctions Committee established under 1591. Their work is key to ensure accountability and prevent impunity for those who commit violations of human rights and who traffic weapons in the region. Ecuador reaffirms its support for the Secretary General's personal envoy. We also underscore the fact that up until the end of his mandate, of our mandate rather, in 2024, Ecuador as an elected member will continue to support all regional and multilateral efforts for sustainable peace. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for their statement and give the floor to the representative of China.
President, over 19 months into the protracted conflict in the Sudan, civilians continued to be mired in the fighting with rising casualties. The humanitarian situation is increasingly dire, which is deeply worrying. China stands for the realization of immediate ceasefire and de-escalation of the situation for the sake of protecting civilians. Therefore, we voted in favor of the draft resolution. We need to point out that the constructive proposals and suggestions raised by some Council members during consultations were not fully taken on board, and that the legitimate concerns of the country concerned were not given sufficient attention. We regret that the Council failed to speak with one voice. We call on all parties to the Sudan conflict to put the interests of the country and people first, cease all hostilities, and genuinely fulfill all commitments made in the Jeddah Declaration, including the protection of civilians. China supports the efforts of SG's personal envoy, Mr. Lamamra, to step up coordination with the AU and other regional organizations and to continue his good offices. We stress that any Council action must truly respect the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of the Sudan, and must be based on thorough consultation with the Sudanese government and other relevant parties. Imposing external solutions will only further complicate the situation, and doing so will not help bring an end to the war, nor will it serve the goal of protecting the civilians. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for their statement and give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Sierra Leone and the UK for your efforts in pushing forward this resolution. It is shocking that Russia has vetoed an effort to save lives, though perhaps it shouldn't be. They claim it is because of Sudanese sovereignty, but Sudan supports the resolution. For months, Russia has obstructed and obfuscated, standing in the way of Council action to address the catastrophic situation in Sudan, and playing both sides of the conflict to advance its own political objectives at the expense of Sudanese lives. Today, the Council would have come together to call for a comprehensive nationwide ceasefire for increased protection of civilians and removal of obstructions to the unhindered flow of humanitarian aid across Sudan. Russia claims it is for and with Africans, but vote against the resolution supported by Africans for Africans. We would have demanded that the RSF cease attacks in El Fasher, Jazeera, and elsewhere in Sudan, and call for both the RSF and the SAF to be held accountable for their commitments in the Jeddah Declaration. It's unconscionable that Russia would callously and cynically stand in the way of demanding these actions to save lives in the world's worst humanitarian crisis. And we don't need to be lectured by Russia on hypocrisy, a hypocrisy that they exhibit every day in Ukraine, where Ukrainian sovereignty is not being respected and civilian facilities are being attacked daily. We're watching the situation closely and will continue to call out abuses and those who facilitate them, including clearly Russia. The Council must and should take action. We must continue to amplify the voices of Sudanese people who are calling for peace and prosperity, democracy and justice, and Russia can't stand in the way of that. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Mozambique.
Mr. President, Mozambique wishes to thank the United Kingdom and Sierra Leone, the pen holders, for their initiative in tabling this important resolution on the protection of civilians in the Sudan. We have voted in favor of the draft resolution. The significance of the text cannot be overstated, given the urgent need to safeguard the lives and well-being of civilians amidst the escalation of violence in the country. Recent reports of horrific attacks against civilians, including mass food poisoning in Gezira State, and the worsening humanitarian situation have further stressed the sense of urgency for a swift response to protect civilians in the Sudan. The collaborative efforts of nations in addressing such critical issues are therefore vital for the promotion of an immediate ceasefire, peace, and stability. We recall in that connection the Secretary General's report on the recommendations to protect civilians in the Sudan. We fully agree with his assessment on what is feasible and what is not at this point in time. We are of the view that the Secretary General's report constitutes a good basis to guide the Security Council's continued discussion on concrete and realistic measures to support efforts to protect civilians in the country. The text we have just acted upon underscores our collective concern with the safety and security of the Sudanese people. It advances the need for a compliance mechanism to facilitate the implementation of the Jeddah Declaration commitments. Mr. President, we consider that the parties in conflict are duty-bound to take necessary measures to minimize the impact of the conflict on civilians, particularly women and children. Mr. President, Mozambique remains convinced that the most sustainable approach to protect civilians in the Sudan is to end the conflict. There is no humanitarian solution to humanitarian problems. In the present case, coordinated efforts are needed to persuade the parties to commit to a ceasefire and engage in meaningful negotiations to a definitive cessation of hostilities. Coordination between different mechanisms both regional and international, is fundamental, considering the multiplicity of peace initiatives on Sudan. The effectiveness of these initiatives hinges on how well they are coordinated and integrated. In this connection, we wish to express our strongest support to the personal envoy of the Secretary General, Mr. Ramtane Lamamra, for his excellent work for peace in the Sudan. Mr. President, Mozambique reiterates its support for the unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of the Sudan. We stand ready to continue to constructively engage with the members of the Security Council towards peace, stability, and prosperity of the Sudan and its people. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Mozambique for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of France.
Mr. President, France deplores the fact that the Security Council has not managed to adopt this resolution because of the veto levied by Russia without any convincing justification. The draft proposed by the UK and Sierra Leone, to whom I paid tribute, it was calling for a ceasefire. The situation in Sudan is disastrous. There was an urgent need for this council to call for this. Here, as elsewhere, the humanitarian crisis can only be settled if weapons are laid down. 14 members of the Security Council supported this text, and Sudan as well. France does hope that this council can, as soon as possible, shoulder its responsibility and set up a ceasefire. We also would like to support the efforts of the personal envoy, Mr. Lamara. Thank you.
France for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Madam President. We wish to thank the United Kingdom for their efforts during the negotiation process of this resolution we finally supported. As the conflict in Sudan is reaching an unprecedented level of violence and tension, the protection of civilians has to be our top priority. We wish in this regard to welcome the decision of the government of Sudan to accept the reopening of Adre border crossing, as well as the agreement between the government of Sudan and other Sudanese actors to allow air humanitarian operation in South Kordofan. Our hope is to see more humanitarian assistance reaching the populations in need following this commendable decision. Our support for this resolution emanates from our deep belief that the Security Council must fulfill its part in providing the right responses to protect civilians in Sudan within the provision of international humanitarian law and international law. This response, however, needs to remain guided by the full respect of Sudan's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Very clearly, we are not in ease with the propension to place the internationally recognized government of Sudan and the Sudanese Rapid Force on an equal footing. Also, there is a need to adopt a progressive and wise approach on our responses by taking into account the real condition on the ground as described by the Secretary General of the United Nations, taking into account the views of the government of Sudan. We also reiterate our call for the strong and public condemnation of foreign interferences in Sudan and the full respect of the established sanction regime and the arms embargo by all member states. Madam President and dear colleagues, despite the fact that today our Council did not reach an agreement to adopt this resolution, Algeria will continue to lend its support to the effort deployed by the Secretary General and his personal envoy to bring all the Sudanese parties to the negotiation table. And we conclude by calling again and again on these Sudanese parties to finally agree without further delay on a ceasefire. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Sudan.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for presiding over this meeting. Allow me to present our point of view briefly on our position towards this important meeting. Madam President, achieving peace during multi-party wars, such as the war in Sudan, requires the adoption of a truthful narrative. The narrative currently adopted, that this is a war between two parties, is one of the reasons why we haven't reached an agreement on describing this war. We must take into account the specificities of the conflict and the efforts by the countries concerned in peace building. The more there is an understanding of the contribution of the national state to peace making, the better there is a chance to achieve peace and stop conflicts. The Charter of the United Nations provides for the unity of states, their sovereignty, their territorial integrity, and stopping any aggression against states. This has not really happened in the case of the war of aggression against Sudan. Pressures have been exercised and coercions in a coordinated way to weaken the state because of choices by international actors in the international order, which is collapsing spectacularly. It needs to be re-established according to the Secretary General's new agenda for peace. The Council is still hesitant to name the aggressors, and it knows who the aggressors are. We did not know that efforts were made secretly to stop arms consignment to militias and mercenaries. And the consignments have increased incredibly after the Sudan opened the Adri crossing board, which was extended while setting certain conditions for the state to oversee these operations to facilitate humanitarian work. This expanded regional interventions and aggravated the war, even when the militias targeted civilians with attacks, even when it perpetrated massacres and forcibly displaced civilians. It took the Council 18 months to condemn these atrocities that were condemned by some Council members in their national positions, and we thank them for it. So standing by the Sudanese people, stopping the aggression, stopping the war, to do that, one cannot be neutral, one cannot be passive. Some reject international positions dealing with terrorists, with bloodthirsty actors. Some do their utmost to eliminate terrorist groups. But under the pretext of impartiality, they're coercing the Sudanese government to accept peace with foreign mercenaries. So tomorrow they would become political players and then divert from the political track and launch attacks within a plot that Sudanese are very aware of, the plot to fragment Sudan and concluding deceitful peace agreements. Madam President, there are those who insist on making Sudan dependent on humanitarian aid. Sudan has fertile land and has enough agricultural potential to feed the world. Of course, the Sudan is able to feed the Sudanese people that have been wronged time and time again by some international actors. This need has been exploited to encroach upon the sovereignty of the Sudan. Some foreign rescue organizations, which amount now to more than 19,000, as I stated in a previous statement, these organizations are now demanding to be able to enter the Sudan from any directions, however they please, and just notifying Sudan. For the Council to regain its vital role in maintaining international peace and security, it must engage with the choices of the people, especially in Africa, that is aspiring to being liberated from restrictions, to be able to contribute peacefully and positively in international peace. Sudan is still languishing under UN imprisonment since 2004. This position needs to be reconsidered. This systematic imprisonment reduces the role of the Sudan, constricts its ambitions, and prevents the Sudan to contribute to building peace and to democracy based on national ownership. This is why I call upon your august council to support the national plan to protect civilians, which will be submitted to you for you to support it. And this plan is in itself a national roadmap to end the war. The government of the Sudan, the people of the Sudan, are looking forward to the council adopting a positive dynamic. And they ask for unity against terrorism and mercenarism and militias that have been destroying Sudan in a systematic way for 18 months. Condoning these groups after they've caused the bloodbath in Sudan is a clear complicity with them. We asked for condemning the atrocities of the militias and for designating them as terrorist organizations, but this was rejected. And this is a clear license to the militias to continue perpetrating these atrocities. We stand against any international or UN interventions or interference under the pretext of making peace according to outdated models relying on hard power. We are in a position to contribute to devising a plan for sustainable peace and to protect civilians based on soft power and the will of the people. Sudan is in an existential battle where choices are limited. Either Sudan remains free, independent, and united, or it vanishes. The experience of UNITAMS as a political mission ended with the outbreak of the war and the aggravation of the conflict that it was established to address. It came as a result of the complicated transition, which was supposed to be a smooth transition. This is why we believe in national ownership, so the people can't bear the burden of building peace, so that peace is consolidated. Peace building doesn't come from above, cannot be based on a formula imposed from above or imposed by donors to re-engineer Sudan according to their whims and even choosing who would rule Sudan. Sudan will stand against the foreign interventions that aim to fragment the Sudan and strengthen the militia and the mercenaries so that the Sudanese army doesn't win in maintaining the unity and territorial integrity and repel the mercenaries. Videos circulated online have exposed the diabolic agendas of these mercenaries. They are enjoying causing a deliberate genocide incrementally against the Sudan to serve the agendas of international actors that are sponsoring these mercenaries. Within this narrative, international actors are destroying the capacity of the army by imposing an arms embargo. Although arms are made available to the militias, even by some members of this council, as we've seen in a report by Amnesty International recently. The Charter of the United Nations that entered into force on the 24th of October 1945 provides for the sovereignty of states, the sovereign rights of states, sovereign equality between states, ensuring the legal personality of states, and ensuring the territorial integrity of states. Some parties are violating all of this, which is inconsistent to the cosmetic paragraph that we see in the preambles of resolutions by the Security Council on sovereignty. We look for the Security Council to stand with the Sudanese state, to suppress the aggression that threatened international peace and security, that killed Sudanese, sponsored by the UAE. And we ask not to turn diplomatic efforts to settle the conflict to international tutelage pushed for by certain actors to serve their own interests. It has nothing to do with peace or stopping the war. The Council must prevent the UAE and regional affiliates to send arms to new generations of militias. The Council must condemn armed gangs and terrorist gangs from the Sahel and neighboring countries. They are violating the Charter. They are perpetrating atrocities. They're displacing people, and they're bringing people from the outside to occupy the homes of Sudanese residents. They're even using AI against the territorial integrity of the Sudan. The Secretary General, in his policy brief on the new agenda for peace, stressed the need to uphold the Charter as conflict and terrorism are on the rise. He called for non-interference. He called for adopting regional initiatives to settle conflicts. He called on states to refrain from having hegemonic ambitions against neighboring countries. He called for preventive diplomacy, and he addressed the increasing role of armed groups within states, and he also referred to increasing terrorism in Africa. I thank the Council. I thank all those who cooperated with Sudan to achieve peace. We are ready to cooperate with you to stop this war, to condemn the militias and consider them terrorist militias, to stop the flow of arms across the borders, to respect the sovereignty of Sudan through implementing a plan to protect civilians. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Sudan for their statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
as a result of the continued support of the UAE, that we demand the UAE to stop immediately the flow of weapons, ammunition, drones, equipment, military vehicles, and logistical and media support to the Rapid Support Militia and foreign mercenaries. We also told them that we need the Council to prevent the neighboring countries from allowing safe passage and for smuggled weapons, including the militia and the fighters and the mercenaries who come through their territories. And there is also a continued support of the UAE and its regional partners. This continuous and sustainable support for the militia in Darfur and across Sudan borders is the sole reason for the continuation of the conflict. Therefore, and to end this conflict, there must be put to this an end to this blatant interference that violates the UN Charter, encroaches on sovereignty and national law, and conflicts with the maintenance of international peace and security. We also need classifying of the militia as a terrorist militia with a specific trend of ethnic supremacist status, because it wages a war of extermination against civilians and tortured them for ethnic motives. And we also asked them during the negotiation for the withdrawal of the militia to gathering areas or points designated for them under the supervision of the United Nations, and their evacuation of homes they occupy to facilitate the return of citizens to their homes in the Triangle capital. Both steps to end the conflict. I think if this has been done, it will end the conflict, because the armed forces did not start the war, but were attacked in their headquarters, which necessitated them to exercise the right of self-defense. Sudan has cooperated and will continue to cooperate with the United Nations Secretary General.
After over a year of horrific war and bloodshed, the region is in a grim crossroad. The war between Hamas and Israel has spread to the region, involving non-state armed groups and now engulfing large swaths of Lebanon in a war between Hezbollah and Israel amidst repeated escalation exchanges between Israel and Iran. As feared, a year of armed exchanges across the blue line between Israel and Hezbollah has erupted into an all-out war. Daily barrages of rocket fire from Lebanon towards northern and central Israel, massive Israeli airstrikes across Lebanon, and an Israeli ground operation in the southern Lebanon have led to alarmingly high numbers of casualty and massive destructions. Armed groups operating from Yemen, Iraq, and Syria have also continued to launch missiles and projectiles towards Israel, while Israel continues to strike in Yemen and Syria. Israel and Iran have also engaged in overt and direct military confrontations, with Iran launching hundreds of drones and ballistic missiles at Israel, and Israel conducting extensive airstrikes on Iran. Mr. President, Madam President, we are living a nightmare. The trauma and grief that has been unleashed is immeasurable. Hamas' appalling terrorist attacks inside Israel on 7 October 2023, and Palestinian armed groups killing and continued holding hostages in unbearable conditions has devastated Israel. Grinding warfare and Israel's devastating military campaign in Gaza has wrought mass destruction and enormous casualties. Most of the Palestinian population in Gaza has been displaced, and whole areas of the Strip are being emptied and made uninhabitable. These events will reverberate for generations and shape the regions in a way we cannot yet fully comprehend. Madam President, as this Council has been briefed repeatedly, the humanitarian situation in Gaza as winter begins is catastrophic, particularly developments in the north of Gaza with a large-scale and near-total displacement of the population and widespread destructions and clearing of land amidst what looks like a disturbing disregard for international humanitarian law. The United Nations and its partners are working around the clock to bring assistance to the population in Gaza, but humanitarian agencies continue to face an incredible challenge and dangerous operational environment, as well as access restrictions that seriously hinder the vital work. Attack on humanitarians and looting of aids, including by organized armed Palestinians, remains a serious and unaddressed obstacles, as was proven to be so only on Saturday. The current conditions are among the worst we have seen during the entire war and are not set to improve. Meanwhile, Madam President, the occupied West Bank remains stuck in a destructive spiral of violence and hopelessness. Israeli military operations in Palestinian cities and refugee camps in Area A continue, often leading to armed exchanges with Palestinian militants, while Palestinian attacks against Israelis and high levels of settler-related violence also persist. In all of this, civilians continue to pay the price, very often and increasingly with their lives. At the same time, settlement expansion continues unabated as the Israeli government has taken numerous steps to accelerate settlement advancement, while some ministers now openly calling for formal annexation of the West Bank in the coming months and establishing settlements inside Gaza. This comes in the wake of significant steps in recent months to reshape Israeli control in the West Bank, including not only settlement enlargement, but large-scale state land declarations and the appointment of civilian deputy in the civil administration, thus deepening the illegal occupation. These dynamics exact a political toll, further undermining the Palestinian Authority, which continues to face an ongoing fiscal and institutional crisis. All told, and combined with developments in Gaza and Israel's recent passage of laws against UNRWA's operation, I must issue an urgent warning that the very institutional framework of support to the Palestinian people and a viable Palestinian state are on the brink of dissolution, threatening to plunge the occupied Palestinian territory into even greater chaos. Madam President, how much more misery can ordinary people on both sides be expected to endure? What greater burden can we place on humanitarians to deliver? How much further can we bend the system of international law and institutions meant to protect innocent civilians? How many times can we test the limits of restraint? How deeply can we allow Palestinian institutions to be undermined, threatening the very arrangement meant to ensure a peaceful settlement to this conflict? Frankly, I don't have the answers, but I can tell you that what we are living now is the result of us testing all these breaking points for way too long. The steps being taken on the ground in Gaza and the occupied West Bank that I have outlined, not only today but over many briefings to this Council, are taking us further away from the peace process and ultimately a viable Palestinian state. Armed resistance and military solution will ultimately fail to provide safety or security for anyone. We need to see greater security for Israel and Palestinians realization of the right to self-determination. Although preparation for recovery and reconstruction are well underway. Humanitarian relief and reconstruction can be no more than band-aids, absent a political solution. Mr. President, if the parties cannot find a path out of the perpetual warfare, the then international community must define the path forward. The international community must act now, together with the parties, to change the dangerous course we are on. Here is what we need. We need an immediate ceasefire and release of hostages in Gaza. We need the ongoing and concerted diplomatic effort to de-escalate tension around the region, including ceasefire in Lebanon, anchored in the full implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 1701. And we need to see implementation of concrete, irreversible steps towards a political framework that resolves the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, ends the occupation, and achieve the two-state solution. The international community must put down clear markers on how to end the war in Gaza in a way that lays the groundwork for a viable and sustainable political future. I have mentioned some of these principles in my recent briefing to the Council. I choose to reiterate them here today because they need urgent safeguarding and attention. Gaza is and must remain an integral part of a future Palestinian state with no reduction in its territory. The repeated displacement of the Gaza population must cease, and people must be allowed to return to their homes. There should be no long-term Israeli military presence in Gaza, while at the same time Israel's legitimate security concerns, particularly in the wake of the acts of terror committed on 7 October, must be addressed. Calls for the re-establishment of Israeli settlement in Gaza must be firmly rejected and clearly opposed. Gaza and the West Bank must be unified politically, economically, and administratively. They must be governed by a Palestinian government that is recognized and supported by the Palestinian people and the international community. There can be no long-term solution in Gaza that is not fundamentally political. Mr. President, supporting and sustaining a meaningful political process that can effectively address these issues will require an international community that is engaged and coordinated. There must be a context in which the international community can muster the tools and a timeline for how these conflicts should end, rooted in well-recognized principles, with the capacity to leverage the strength, resources, and influence of the region and international parties with the two parties. We are again in need today of such a political framework that will allow for a streamlined collective response to the acute recovery and reconstruction needs in Gaza, while ensuring these needs are addressed within the context of a political process that tangibly advances us towards a two-state solution and a lasting peace. The UN remains fully committed to participate in it and cooperate with such an effort, and to do its part to ensure that this awful war not only ends soon, but concludes in a way that ensures a better future for Palestinians, Israelis, and all the region. Thank you.
I thank Mr. Wennesland for his briefing. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom. Thank you, Tor, once again for your frank report. The situation is devastating and frankly beyond comprehension, and is getting worse, not better. Winter's here. Famine is imminent, and 400 days into this war, it is totally unacceptable that it's harder than ever to get aid into Gaza. In October, just 37 humanitarian trucks entered the Strip each day. It's the lowest average in the last year. The situation in northern Gaza is a nightmare of disease, destruction, and despair. Over 300 aid workers have now been killed. It's the highest number in UN history. Amongst them are 3 British nationals whose families yearn for justice. More children have been killed in any recent conflict anywhere in the world. And meanwhile, Hamas still cruelly holds onto the hostages, including British national Emily Damari, extending their family's torment even further. In the West Bank, an environment of impunity exists for extremist settlers. And since October the 7th, conflict has spread, engulfing, of course, Lebanon. We must bring this multi-front conflict to an end. There is no excuse for Hamas hostage-taking. They need to be set free. There's no excuse for Israeli restrictions on humanitarian aid. They need to be lifted. And there's no excuse for violations of international humanitarian law. It needs to be respected by all sides. No excuse for malign Iranian activity destabilizing the region. It needs to stop. The world has failed to bring about the ceasefire so desperately needed in Gaza and Lebanon, failed to break the cycles of violence. But the United Kingdom will not give up, not when there's so much, frankly, at stake for civilians in the region who suffer so greatly, but also for us all. On and since October the 7th, the nationals of at least 31 UN members have been killed or kidnapped in the region. Merchant shipping, of course, has been disrupted in the Red Sea, and the entire region has been pulled to the brink of an even more devastating war. Despite this bleak picture, we cannot let experience turn us into pessimists. It is never too late for peace. We need a huge, huge rise in aid. We need to respect aid workers once again, proper protection for civilians. The UK has restarted our funding to UNRWA to help those saving lives and deliver the Kelowna report. And we've been consistent in our support for international law. We're working hard every day to bring this horrendous war to an end. The longer fighting continues, the deeper the depths of pain, of anger, which corrode the bonds of common humanity on which a lasting peace must necessarily be built. When the opening comes, we must be ready to seize it. We need detailed plans for turning an immediate ceasefire into a lasting solution. A strengthened and reformed Palestinian Authority should be at the centre of Gaza's future recovery, security and governance. And we've got to give the people of the West Bank and Gaza a political horizon, a credible, irreversible pathway to a Palestinian state. In 1947, the United Nations adopted Resolution 181. Ever since, the Palestinian people have been waiting for 77 years for a land that they can call their own. That wait must end. And the Israeli people, who are still threatened by groups dedicated to their destruction, have waited too long for the peace and security promised when their nation was born. We must not give up on our pursuit of a future where all people of the region can live side by side in peaceful coexistence, including Israelis and Palestinians. Ending the war, securing a lasting peace with a two-state solution at its core. This is what the region needs, and this is what the world wants, and this is what we will keep striving to achieve. I resume my function as President of the Council, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ignacio Cassis, Federal Councillor and the Head of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs of Switzerland.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to begin by thanking you, Distinguished Minister David Lammy, for having convened this briefing. After more than a year of a horrific conflict, it is high time now to make an impact on the current course of violence and dehumanization. In Gaza, the survivors, including numerous children, are suffering from hunger, from wounds, and from illnesses. The hospital system has been almost completely destroyed, and in the north of Gaza, the danger of famine is imminent. Switzerland particularly condemns hostilities which took place in the night of Saturday to Sunday with the destruction by Israel of a residential building in Beit Lahiya, causing numerous civilian victims, including many children. We also condemn the constant sending of rockets by Hamas to Israel. In the face of this tragedy, humanitarian aid is getting through extremely slowly, as the President himself has just noted. Immediate action is required from all actors involved in the conflict in order to protect the civilian population. All of these actors have an obligation to ensure safe, rapid, and unfettered delivery of humanitarian aid where it is needed. Moreover, the two laws adopted by the Knesset against UNRWA on the 28th of October are problematic because, to a great extent, they are incompatible with international law, and because they also threaten humanitarian assistance being provided to the civilian population. Switzerland calls on Israel to respect its obligations under international law, including the United Nations Charter and international humanitarian law. This also includes Israel's obligation as an occupying power to ensure that basic needs of the population living in occupied Palestinian territory are met. I also reiterate my call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and for the immediate unconditional release of all hostages. Switzerland is also concerned at the escalation of violence in the West Bank, and we reject any calls aimed at an annexation of that territory. I also call for an immediate ceasefire in Lebanon and for the comprehensive implementation of Resolution 1701 by all parties. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, we must find common ground for humanity, and we must construct a building of peace which is firmly rooted in international law, including the UN Charter and international humanitarian law. We are all very familiar with the political solution, a two-state solution offering Israelis and Palestinians the possibility of living in peace and security. I have already referred to that here in this Council on the 29th of October. On this point, I would express my country's support for the joint efforts of the 94 states and international organizations which recently met in Riyadh during the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution Conference. Switzerland will also participate in the upcoming conference on the 28th of November in Brussels. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we need clear-cut proposals aimed at bolstering and reforming the Palestinian Authority through legal, political, and economic measures. In order to build lasting peace in the Middle East, we must invest in young people. I am convinced that new generations who aspire to a future of life and not of death are capable of working towards reconciliation and countering hatred and extremism. We must be accountable for our actions for this young generation. Let us make sure that we do not miss this opportunity, leading to a lost generation. I thank you for your kind attention.
Well, I thank His Excellency, Mr. Cassis, for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Linda Thomas-Greenfield, Permanent Representative of the United States and member, of course, of President Biden's cabinet.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary Lamy. Thank you for your remarks and for bringing us together today. I welcome ministers participating in this important meeting today, and I thank Special Coordinator Winsland for his briefing. Colleagues, I won't mince words. The situation in the Middle East requires an urgent diplomatic solution. For more than a year, we've seen devastating civilian suffering in Israel and Gaza, the West Bank and Lebanon, and we've seen upheaval and unprecedented attacks by Iran and its proxies. Against this backdrop, the United States has exercised leadership and resolve in pursuing clear objectives in the war in Gaza. In the war in Gaza by securing the release of hostages while surging aid to Palestinians who did not start and cannot end this conflict. Avoid a broader regional war while forcefully countering Iran's terrorist proxies and destabilizing activities and demonstrating an ironclad, unprecedented commitment to Israel's security. And press for the full implementation of the Council's resolutions, including Resolution 1701. These remain the United States' objectives, and we do see a path to achieving them. Secretary Blinken has stated it is time to end the war, and he is committed to doing everything possible to achieve that. Israel accomplished the goal it set out for itself, dismantling Hamas's military organization and eliminating Hamas's leadership responsible for October 7th. Now we need to ensure the hostages come home and that Hamas does not return to power. Of course, despite public claims to the contrary, Hamas has refused to engage on any of the numerous proposals put forward in the past 8 weeks. Indeed, Qatar has expressed its frustration at Hamas's unwillingness to engage seriously. Still, we will not give up on this diplomacy. As we press for an end to the war, Israel must also urgently take additional steps to alleviate the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. The United States has been specific about what exactly Israel must do to improve the situation for Palestinian civilians. We're closely tracking Israel's actions in this regard and engaging with its leaders every single day, and there has been some progress. Israel is currently working to implement 12 of the 15 steps we have outlined. Still, we need to see all steps fully implemented and sustained. and we need to see concrete improvement in the humanitarian situation on the ground. That includes Israel allowing commercial trucks to move into Gaza alongside humanitarian assistance. This is crucial to avoiding famine. We also need Israel to address persistent lawlessness so that the hundreds of trucks of aid arriving at crossing points into Gaza can reach people in need. Most significantly, we need real and extended pauses in fighting and combat in large areas of Gaza, again, so as to enable assistance to reach people in desperate need. Colleagues, this conflict was stoked and exploited by Iran, which provided support to regional proxies and partners and directly put millions of innocent Israelis, Palestinians, and Lebanese civilians at risk. The United States has responded forcefully, deploying its military assets on 2 occasions when Iran launched unprecedented ballistic missile attacks on Israel. And as President Biden has made clear, we will continue to stand alongside Israel and all of our regional partners in defending against Iran's destabilizing regional actions. At the same time, we recognize with Nasrallah and other Iranian-backed proxies eliminated, a diplomatic resolution is needed to end the fighting in Lebanon, achieve stability along the Blue Line, and return Israeli and Lebanese citizens safely to their homes. Israeli officials last week underscored their openness to a diplomatic resolution that would do just that. We all know that this requires Hezbollah to withdraw from an area between the Blue Line and the Litani River, as well as the full deployment of the Lebanese armed forces throughout the south. For far too long, Hezbollah has threatened the security of Israel, Lebanon, and the region. With support from Iran, Hezbollah built up its forces in plain sight and in disregard of resolutions 1559 and 1701. This cannot and must not reoccur. Rather than call for unconditional ceasefires that Iran and its proxies have no intention of honoring, members of this Council should speak with one voice in support of diplomatic efforts to achieve a durable end to the fighting. In addition, we expect all parties to respect the safety and security of UNIFIL personnel and premises and take steps to ensure UNIFIL's ability to operate freely and in accordance with its mandate. Peacekeepers must not be targeted. Colleagues, the United States is steadfast in its commitment to Israel's security. As President Biden has said, U.S. support for the safety of the Israeli people, the security of Israel, and its right to exist as an independent state are unshakable. But U.S. military support alone will not solve Israel's security challenges and protect its people, nor will proposals to annex the West Bank or construct Israeli settlements in Gaza, which, if implemented, would sow the seeds of further instability and create new obstacles to full integration of Israel into the region. This cannot be a time to waver in our commitment to a two-state solution. Our diplomacy will provide a path forward. Palestinian dignity and self-determination and Israel's security needs are mutually reinforcing, mutually exclusive. To help Lebanon exercise effective control over its territory and see Resolution 1701 fully implemented, and to strengthen regional and international resolve to deny Iran and its enablers the ability to dictate the course of events in the Middle East. Through diplomacy, this region can begin to heal and rebuild a better future, one without Iran and its proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah, exerting undue influence, one in which Israelis and Palestinians are afforded equal measures of peace and security, one in which the limitless pain we're seeing today gives way to the limitless understanding I believe and I know is possible. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Thomas Greenfield for her statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Marko Cujin, Deputy Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia.
Thank you, Minister, for organizing this meeting, and thank you, Mr. Van Esland, for your briefing. Looking back in history, this past year will stand out as a year of monumental shifts for the world as a whole, and in particular for the Middle East. For people in the region, this was a year of pain and destruction never seen before. Nothing in recent history could be compared to the brutality that we see in Gaza today, to the number of civilians killed, to the number of women and children killed. Nothing in recent history could be compared to the number of displaced people. As the latest Human Rights Watch report states, 90% of the population of Gaza, 1.9 million Palestinians, were displaced over the last 13 months. There should be no doubt. Humanity has failed again, and the only way to bring back hope is an immediate ceasefire. This Council must voice a united demand for a ceasefire and humanitarian access without delay. Mr. President, colleagues, for political leaders, this was a year of ever-shifting confrontations and shockwaves. A front after front opened, all of them inherently connected to Gaza, yet increasingly spinning off in their own cycles of violence. This Council should start taking its role under the Charter seriously and provide immediate steps for peace, security and stability in the region, with UN playing a central role. Colleagues, for this organization, this was a year of relentless limitations and attacks. I want to underline Slovenia's unwavering support to the work of the Secretary General and the entire UN system, including UNRWA and UNIFIL. There should be always a united message of Council members in defense of the UN system as it serves humanity on the ground. For the international community as a whole, this was a year of grave violations of international law. If we want to secure a future for children in Gaza, in Middle East and all around the world, we need to protect and defend international law. We need to protect the independence and impartiality of the International Court of Justice, International Criminal Court, and other courts and tribunals in order to ensure accountability for grave violations of international law. Mr. President, in parallel to the overwhelming suffering in Gaza, we are seeing a devastating humanitarian impact in Lebanon and crippling measures and settler violence igniting the West Bank. We fully reject statements calling for extension of so-called sovereignty into the West Bank. We further underscore legal clarity provided by the ICJ advisory opinion on the illegality of the Israeli occupation, which must end. There must also be an end to practices aimed against the two-state solution, including those limiting and hindering the Palestinian Authority. Slovenia recognized the state of Palestine, and we see this recognition as a necessary element of the two-state solution. As a member of the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution, we are committed to practical measures and a time-bound peace process. In this regard, we support holding of an international peace conference as soon as possible. Colleagues, one thing is clear. Each of us has a responsibility as a member of this Council and a member of this organization. The crossing of boundaries that we have been observing in the past year should be matched with bold steps for peace through bilateral and multilateral diplomacy leading to the two-state solutions. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Stusin for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Fuji Hisayuki, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Special Coordinator Venezuela for his informative briefing. Over a year has passed since the reprehensive terror attacks by Hamas and others on October 7th, and we do not have the words to describe the devastation in Gaza. Tens of thousands of innocent civilians have been killed and injured. Millions are internally displaced. Nearly the entire strip is flattened, leaving only a few buildings intact. Little humanitarian supplies have been able to enter northern Gaza for over a month. UN officials have even described the situation as apocalyptic. Japan's policy has been consistent. All parties must immediately agree to a ceasefire as well as the release of the hostages, comply with international law, and drastically improve the humanitarian situation, and we support the tireless mediation efforts by the relevant stakeholders to this end. Our new administration, led by Prime Minister Ishiba, shares the same principle. Minister for Foreign Affairs Iwaya has been actively engaging and directly talking with foreign ministers in the Middle East, including both Israel and Palestine, to call for an end to the agony in Gaza and beyond. Japan also remains resolute in tackling this humanitarian nightmare where so many desperate Palestinians do not even know when they will receive their next meal. At the same time, the international community must do whatever possible to alleviate their suffering. Mr. President, the exchange of attacks between Iran and Israel is deeply concerning, and a full-fledged war in the region must be avoided at all costs. We strongly condemn any action that escalates the situation. The hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah has significantly worsened the humanitarian situation in Lebanon and Syria. In addition to the uprooting of thousands of civilian lives, UNIFIL personnel and related facilities have also been targeted in Lebanon. We renew our call for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah and urge all parties to fully implement relevant UN Security Council resolutions, including UNSCR 1701. Mr. President, in order to respond to the humanitarian crisis in the region, including the catastrophic situation in Gaza, it is imperative to significantly increase the amount of aid and allow greater humanitarian access. In this vein, the protection of humanitarian aid workers is of paramount importance. hundreds of humanitarian personnel, including more than 240 UNRWA staff members, lost their lives, some while on duty. This is totally unacceptable. UNRWA plays an indispensable role in providing humanitarian assistance, healthcare, education, and other vital support to Palestine refugees, not only in Gaza and the West Bank, but also throughout the region. Japan reiterates its grave concern over the legislation adopted by the Israeli Knesset that would severely restrict the activities of UNRWA. We strongly urge the government of Israel to ensure a safe and unhindered operating space for UNRWA. Ensuring neutrality is likewise crucial for UNRWA. We must not tolerate any terror attacks by Hamas. We support UNRWA's effort to implement the recommendations from the Independent Review Group. Mr. President, the situation in the West Bank is rapidly deteriorating with a rise in settler violence. We reiterate our deep regret over the continuing settlement activities by the government of Israel, which are in violation of international law. The only viable solution to the Middle East conflict is the peaceful coexistence of Israel and Palestine. Japan continues to support the realization of the two-state solution. In this regard, we have led several initiatives such as the Corridor for Peace and Prosperity, which aims to promote regional cooperation by establishing an agro-industrial park in the West Bank and facilitating the transportation of goods. To bring peace and stability to the region, the first step requires building trust among the parties concerned, and Japan will spare no effort in this endeavor. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Fuji for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. I acknowledge the presence of a number of officials in the room. I'm grateful to Special Coordinator Juan Aslan for his report this morning, and I reiterate Ecuador's support for his work and the work of all UN staff and agency staff. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, the situation in the Middle East has been the main concern for this Council over the past 13 months, since the terrorist acts perpetrated by Hamas on the 7th of October 2023, which my country condemns yet again. There has been an explosion of violence which has had devastating consequences, not just in Gaza, but throughout the region. With regard to the situation in Gaza, this Council has already adopted 4 resolutions: 2712, 2720, 2728, and 2735. Their full implementation is mandatory, necessary, and urgent. The immediate and sufficient delivery of humanitarian aid must be the first priority. It is urgent to avoid a worsening of the food situation in the Strip. We also call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages and the implementation of all other provisions contained in the above-mentioned resolutions. In order to alleviate the situation of the civilian population in Gaza, Hostilities must cease immediately. A ceasefire now is an imperative. The end of this war will only be possible if there is political will. This is particularly shocking when children are involved. This violence must end immediately, and parties are required to fully respect international humanitarian law and protect civilians. Humanitarian aid must arrive unfettered to those in need. Humanitarian actors must be able to work without restrictions. The end of this war will only be possible if there is the political will of the parties in the conflict to prioritize peace and to work towards a negotiated political solution. It is our duty to facilitate and support any initiative leading to a peaceful, lasting and just solution for the parties, with the existence of two states, Palestine and Israel, on the basis of the 1967 borders and relevant resolutions. The 10 elected members of this Council have worked together in recent weeks to promote this goal. We trust that our efforts will be successful. Mr. President, turning to Lebanon, the current situation is the direct result of the repeated violation of Resolutions 1701 and 1559. In order to halt the violence, the full implementation of these resolutions is necessary. Ecuador reiterates its support for UNIFIL and those who are part of this peace operation and who are doing their utmost to fulfill the mandate entrusted to them by this Council. We must ensure their safety as we, the members of this Security Council, clearly expressed in a statement to the press just a few days ago in a sign of unity and expressing rejection for attacks against UN staff and UNIFIL facilities. Both in Gaza as well as in Lebanon, the protection of civilians must be guaranteed in accordance with international humanitarian law. UN staff, including UNRWA staff and humanitarian workers, must be protected pursuant to Resolution 2730. In the case of Yemen, here again, Resolution 2722 by this Council must be implemented. The launching of missiles and attacks on vessels in the Red Sea are one more threat to stability in the region. Mr. President, the Middle East is facing one of the most difficult moments in recent times. The terrorist attacks on the 7th of October 2023 and the Palestinian question have been exploited by those who wish to fuel the spiral of violence. We must keep the war and hatred from winning out over dialogue and moderation. Extremism and barbarism must be halted. Our common humanity must prevail. There is a common denominator in all hotbeds of tension and conflict. That is, respect for the decisions of this Council are necessary to work towards peace. In the Pact for the Future adopted just 2 months ago, all members of this organization reaffirmed our commitment to act in accordance with international law, including the UN Charter, its purposes and principles, and to fulfill our obligations in good faith. In point of fact, fulfill this commitment without excuses, without pretexts. This is the only way forward. Thank you.
Of Ecuador for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the United Kingdom for organizing this ministerial level briefing today. Also, we should thank Mr. Tor Wennesland, United Nations Special Coordinator for the Middle East process, for his briefing. The crisis in the Middle East is a long-standing issue on the agenda of this Council, but within the past year, we have witnessed a dangerous escalation that has claimed thousands of lives, leaving more than 100,000 people injured, destroyed critical civilian infrastructure, and forced displacement of civilians at a scale never before seen in the history of the Middle East conflict. This recent escalation since the 7th October 2023 indicates that a definitive solution is required as a matter of extreme urgency. It is therefore very clear that this situation continues to have far-reaching and negative implications for regional stability, global peace and security, with a spillover effect or engagement across the region from Lebanon to Syria, from Yemen to Iran. Sierra Leone from early on was very clear on the condemnation of the heinous attacks by Hamas and other armed groups on Israeli civilians on 7 October 2023. We have also deplored the response of Israel, amounting to collective punishment of the Palestinian people, the large-scale and indiscriminate killing of civilians, including women and children, attacks on hospitals and humanitarian convoys, and the denial of access to humanitarian aid, all are the minimum violations of international humanitarian law and cannot be justified under any circumstance. There is therefore no gainsaying that bringing the conflicts in the Gaza Strip and other parts of the region to an end should remain an immediate priority for this Council and the international community. On this note, we welcome the theme for today's debate, which is ending the war and securing durable peace. To achieve this, we require the following. First, the Security Council should act decisively to halt the violence and enforce a ceasefire, not only in Gaza, but also in Lebanon. We must urge all parties to recommit to the restoration of cessation of hostilities as a precursor for laying the groundwork for further diplomatic negotiations that could lead to an agreement for lasting peace. On that note, the current E10 resolution under discussion on this subject must be given due consideration, as its unanimous adoption can facilitate a cessation of hostilities, hostage released by Hamas, and accessibility to humanitarian assistance and basic services without constraint. Cessation of hostilities in Gaza can also facilitate a ceasefire across the Blue Line in Lebanon. Additionally, a lasting ceasefire in Lebanon will require the full and unconditional implementation of Resolution 1701 by all sides. Second, this protracted conflict must be analyzed in the context of the continuing occupation by Israel of Palestinian territories. This has been established by the International Court of Justice Advisory Opinion of 19 July 2024, that the state of Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful. The international community must therefore, inter alia, vigorously and persistently pursue a revitalization of the Oslo Accords, an initiative that was intended to foster a relationship between Israel and Palestine and prepare the pathway for the establishment of a Palestinian state. Third, and in line with the Arab League initiative, as endorsed by the Beirut League Summit of 2002 and re-endorsed at the 2007 and at the 2017 Arab League Summit, all member states, especially those in the region, must accept Israel as a neighbor living in peace and security with the context of a comprehensive settlement and normalization of relations, void of violent extremism, provocation, and incitement. Furthermore, in order for the Palestinian Authority to progressively assume its security and governance responsibilities in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, a universal recognition of the State of Palestine and its full admission as a member of the United Nations is a prerequisite. The international community should stand ready to provide the needed financial, administrative, and political support that will strengthen the Palestinian Authority, continue the reforms needed for its stabilization. In conclusion, Mr. President, it is mainly through political will and commitment that a just, mutually acceptable solution consistent with international law and the relevant UN General Assembly and Security Council resolutions that lasting peace can be achieved. We therefore urge both Israel and Palestine to pledge to this commitment for the safety and security of current and future generations. And thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for their statements. And I give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President, for convening this meeting. I also thank Special Coordinator Tor Wennesland for his insightful briefing. Malta is profoundly troubled by the unabating conflict in the Middle East, which has upended prospects for peace and left civilians enduring unimaginable loss and suffering. An immediate, permanent, and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza and across the region, coupled with unhindered humanitarian aid at scale, is desperately needed. We also reiterate our call for the immediate and unconditional release of all those being held hostage since the horrific attacks of 7th October. Realizing these immediate-term priorities is paramount if we are to make headway towards a peaceful solution to this conflict. The Council has the responsibility to address the crisis. This is why the E10 penned a resolution which seeks to unequivocally address these demands. President, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is, as we have heard, apocalyptic. Relentless bombardment has led to harrowing levels of civilian casualties, particularly women and children. The denial of critical humanitarian aid exacerbates this tragedy, as North Gaza now grapples with famine. This Council's demands for unhindered and sustained humanitarian access across Gaza, which is in line with international humanitarian law, must be immediately heeded by Israel. We firmly condemn any targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure. We urge all parties to uphold international law and for full adherence to the International Court of Justice's orders on provisional measures. Furthermore, there must be no forced displacement of the civilian population in Gaza, and those displaced must be allowed to return to their homes. The situation in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is also extremely worrisome. Illegal settlement expansion, abuses against Palestinians and settler violence fuel further instability and entrench the illegal occupation. Critically, these actions threaten the viability of a peaceful two-state solution, and we call on Israel to reverse them. We also recall the ICJ advisory opinion of 19 July that clearly stated that Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territory must end as soon as possible. Malta also underscores the importance of maintaining the status quo of the holy sites and for provocations to cease, as they also threaten peace prospects. Moreover, we condemn any attempt to abrogate the 1967 agreement between Israel and UNRWA, or to obstruct the agency's capacity to implement its mandate. We call upon Israel to rescind these gravely concerning legislative actions. UNRWA must continue to play its vital, irreplaceable role. President, turning to Lebanon, operations by the IDF and attacks by Hezbollah on Israel are blatant violations of 1701. We urgently appeal to all sides to recommit to the cessation of hostilities under Resolution 1701 and engage to avoid further escalation. Malta also expresses its profound concern over attacks on UNIFIL positions and peacekeepers. As a troop-contributing nation, we strongly reiterate the obligation on all actors to avoid actions putting peacekeepers or civilians in danger. President, de-escalatory diplomatic efforts and the re-establishment of a political framework must be the beacons which guide the region out of this grave insecurity. An effective framework must support a unified Palestinian government that integrates Gaza and the West Bank. Palestinian unity is crucial for lasting peace and for discussions of a sustainable recovery plan for Gaza. The international community must urgently rally to ensure the fulfillment of Palestinian aspirations for statehood and self-determination, together with assurances for Israel's security. Malta once again reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the realization of a credible and irreversible two-state solution along the pre-1967 borders, addressing the legitimate aspirations of both sides, with Jerusalem as the future capital of two states living side by side in peace and security, in line with all relevant Security Council resolutions and internationally agreed parameters. We must not lose sight of this goal. This is the only path to a just and lasting peace. There is no other alternative. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
President, at the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to you for convening this important meeting. It reflects the urgency of the situation in the Middle East, particularly in the occupied Palestinian territories. It also highlights the pressing need for decisive action from the Security Council. I thank Mr. Tor Wennesland for his briefing. Our Security Council bears the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. Yet, the impact of its numerous decisions and resolutions has been undermined by the intransigence, by the deafness of the Israeli occupying power. While the Council has been enabled to take decisive measures, tens of thousands of lives have been lost, and hundreds of thousands more are enduring hunger, illness, and forced displacement. To restore its legitimacy, to restore its credibility, this Council must fully shoulder its responsibility and act promptly and decisively to address this escalating crisis in the Middle East. In this regard, the Council must take the following steps. First, the top priority is to halt the ongoing tragedy, to halt the ongoing massacre by imposing, yes, imposing an immediate, permanent, and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza and Lebanon. Also, it is vital to effectively address the catastrophic humanitarian situation as past efforts have fallen short. Yes, the humanitarian operations are currently hindered by the lack of political will on the part of the Israeli occupier, which continue to weaponize starvation, as documented in UN reports. And we call on all Council members, to adopt the draft resolution submitted by the elected member of this Council without delay to achieve our common goal of an immediate ceasefire. Second, the Council must uphold the provisions of Resolution ES 10/24 of the General Assembly, which outlines a clear roadmap for ending the occupation and establishing a sovereign Palestinian state with Al-Quds Sharif as its capital. This shared objective is now under existential threat due to actions of the Israeli occupying authorities, including annexation plans in the West Bank, settlement expansion, and the displacement of Palestinians in flagrant violation of international law. Third, the Security Council must safeguard the agreed parameters for resolving the Palestinian question by ensuring Palestine's full membership in the United Nations, admitting Palestine as a full member state to the UN, reinforce international law, and compels the Israeli occupying power to comply with global norms. As President Abdel-Majid Tebboune stated, and I quote, "It is imperative to take immediate and urgent action to save the peace process, which is facing an unprecedented deadlock. This can only be achieved by compelling the occupation to adhere to the principles of international law, implementing UN resolution, and by intensifying efforts to secure Palestinians' full membership to the United Nations." End of quote. Fourth, Mr. President, the Council must ensure the enforcement of its resolution. Yes, by imposing sanctions on those who violate international law. Despite its explicit stance on the illegality of settlement, Resolution 2334, adopted 8 years ago, remain unenforced, allowing settlement activities to persist unchecked. Fifth, governance arrangement in Palestinian territories are and remain an internal and exclusive matter for Palestinians to decide. The international community's role is to support Palestinians and empower the Palestinian Authority to fulfill its responsibilities. UN agencies and other international institutions must unite effort to the Palestinian Authority in reunifying Gaza and the West Bank and rebuilding the territories, the infrastructures devastated by Israeli aggression. Sixth, the root cause of conflicts in the Middle East are well known. It is the Israeli occupation of Palestine, of Lebanon, of Syria. The Council must enforce its proper resolution, including Resolution 1701 and 497, to end the occupation and restore peace across the region. Mr. President, the cost of silence and inaction is steep. Today, Palestinians, Lebanese are paying with their lives. Tomorrow, the consequences will spiral further. The failure of this Security Council and of the international community to implement its own decisions, its own resolutions, perpetuates a system dominated by force and erodes justice and the rule of law. The Security Council bears the heavy responsibility to prevent the collapse of the international legal order. The time for action is now. It is imperative to restore hope of peace, to restore hope for peace, and to uphold the principle of justice and international law. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, I would like to thank Mr. Venesland for his briefing. The Security Council needs to rally to achieve an immediate, permanent, and unconditional ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. France does hope that the Security Council will soon be able to speak with one voice on this. France calls upon Israel to ensure the protection of all civilians and all civilian infrastructure. France would reiterate that all forced displacement of persons constitutes a serious violation of international law. Resolution 2417, which condemns the use of famine as a weapon of war, the absence of access, humanitarian access, and the deprivation of essential goods to civilians, is something that's crucial. Any obstacles to aid and humanitarian supplies in the north of Gaza must be lifted immediately. All crossing points need to be open and reopened for humanitarian assistance to be delivered in the Gaza Strip. France will never cease to condemn the barbaric terrorist attacks and the sexual violence committed by Hamas on the 7th of October. All hostages must be released. The Security Council also, based on agreed upon parameters, needs to strive to find a two-state solution. There need to be security guarantees for the Israeli. There's also the need for an independent, viable, contiguous, independent state for the Palestinians. The Palestinian Authority has a key role to play in this process in the West Bank and also in Gaza, that of course need to be part of this future Palestinian state. France will continue to strive for these goals in conjunction with its partners. In Lebanon, the war must cease as soon as possible. There is a clear solution. There's a need to fully implement Resolution 1701. This is the recognized framework, and it is more relevant than ever. It imposes obligations on all parties. We need to ensure that 1701 be respected by all parties. UNIFIL plays to this end a key role. It needs to be able to do more, taking into consideration the realities on the ground, whilst strictly sticking to its mandate. There's also a need for the Lebanese government to be able to continue the deployment of the Lebanese armed forces south of the Litani. The 24th of October conference raised $200 million to this end. Along these lines, France continues its contacts with all the different parties to achieve lasting stability along the Blue Line. Thank you.
Thank the representative of France for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this important meeting. I also thank Special Coordinator Wennesland for his sobering briefing. Mr. President, peace and freedom are the natural aspirations of all of our peoples, and a Middle East at peace is possible. However, it requires a commitment to peace by all countries in the region and the international community, and to achieving that peace through dialogue and diplomacy premised on the rule of international law. Bombs and bullets cannot guarantee security for any country, but on the contrary, heighten mistrust and potentially breed extremism. In such a climate, peace cannot be advanced. Further, there can be no piecemeal approach to peace that leaves Palestine behind. The Palestinian question remains central to the Middle East peace process, and there can be no avenue to peace that undermines the inalienable right of Palestine to self-determination. Guyana therefore calls on all countries of the region and the international community to recommit to the Middle East peace process and to a just and lasting settlement of the Palestinian question as the foundation for a lasting peace in the Middle East. Against this background, we must all be profoundly concerned at the situation tragically unfolding in the occupied Palestinian territory and Lebanon. We must further be concerned at the fact that repeated appeals by the international community for recourse to dialogue and peace as the only path to true security for Israelis and Palestinians remain unheeded, while the situation on the ground dangerously escalates. This Council must take cognizance of the fate of the multiple resolutions it has adopted prior and since October 7, 2023, and the current sequel of atrocities which continues. We must also reckon with the disregard of orders issued by the International Court of Justice in January and March of this year, which are binding in international law. Mr. President, the lack of compliance with international law and obligations relative to the ongoing atrocities in the occupied Palestinian territories and Lebanon is an obstacle to peace in the Middle East. This is compounded by continuing attacks by armed groups and dangerous regional escalation. This Council must therefore grapple with the need to bring about compliance and de-escalation in the face of persistent Israeli intransigence and continuing armed attacks. Achieving this is the foundation for securing an immediate end to the conflicts in Gaza and Lebanon, the immediate release of the hostages, and for laying the groundwork for lasting peace in the region. The ongoing wars in Gaza and Lebanon have severely aggravated insecurity in the region, and any viable peace process must begin with a permanent and unconditional end to the hostilities. Guyana therefore reiterates its call for an immediate, permanent, and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza and Lebanon. Mr. President, to ensure that a ceasefire is sustained, there must be a suite of measures to ensure that atrocities are brought to an end and that peace is advanced in the region. These measures must include a strong accountability framework so that atrocities are not committed with impunity. The lack of accountability in these wars continues to breed record levels of impunity, with the victims being thousands of innocent civilians who are subject to killing, injury, starvation, and other indignities. The measures must also include action by all member states to ensure that they are not contributing to the perpetuation of the wars. Mr. President, in relation to the occupied Palestinian territory, and as we look ahead, it would be useful for there to be an international mechanism
to ensure that a ceasefire is upheld and to guarantee the safety and security of civilians. In the case of Lebanon, the violations of Resolution 1701 must end, and UNIFIL must be allowed to fully implement its mandate. Guyana therefore calls for the attacks against UNIFIL peacekeepers to cease and for Hezbollah to fulfill their obligations under Resolution 1701, and Israel as well. Mr. President, a fully functioning Palestinian Authority is a critical forerunner to a strong and independent Palestinian state. It is therefore important for the international community to support the Palestinian Authority as it governs the occupied territories. Support includes, inter alia, ensuring that revenues due to the Palestinian Authority are not withheld by Israel. It also includes safeguarding the critical role of UNRWA in the occupied Palestinian territories. In closing, Mr. President, we are at a critical juncture in the Middle East peace process. It has been an extremely costly moment, measured in lives, mainly Palestinian women and children's lives. The scale of need, destruction, and disease that has accompanied this dark moment compels us to act not only in the name of humanity, but also in the interest of the international rule of law. And our actions must be geared towards permanent and sustainable solutions based on the relevant UN resolutions. Guyana therefore urges the Council to agree to an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire in Gaza as a critical first step to ending the suffering of Palestinians. We must also act to secure the release of hostages held in Gaza since 7th of October and to end the hostilities in Lebanon. I reiterate our firm commitment to all constructive efforts to this end. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this important meeting. I would also like to thank Special Coordinator Vanessa Land for his briefing. Since October last year, the entire world has been appalled by the unprecedented situation in the Middle East. The brutal terrorist attacks by Hamas on October 7th amplified the Israeli security concerns and set in motion the military response that has resulted in the near total destruction of the Gaza Strip. Violations of international law, including international humanitarian law, have unfortunately become routine. Civilians, hospitals, and schools, none have been protected. UNRWA, which has shared nearly the entire history of the United Nations, is confronting existential crisis. With insufficient humanitarian aid, demolished hospitals, and repeated forced displacements, Gaza's surviving Palestinians are living in hell. Children without educational access are also vulnerable to militant ideologies and groups, sowing the possible seeds for future violence and conflicts. There is simply no time to lose in finding a way out. Since 1947, when the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution 181, the two-state solution has been the core task in establishing durable peace in the Middle East. Both Palestinians and Jews have lived on the land for generations. Yet the failure to ensure two states on this land has made the region's modern history full of agony, injustice, and insecurity. The current armed conflict in Gaza is not only killing innocent civilians, but also fundamentally destroying prospects for a two-state solution. However, it is clear that the massive military operations in Gaza, including the ongoing siege in the north, will not guarantee Israel's long-term security. Rather, prolonging this tragedy will not only deepen Palestinian suffering, but may lead to perpetual insecurity for Israel. Mr. President, the situation in the West Bank is also extremely concerning. Rapidly expanding settlements, widespread Israeli military operations, incessant demolitions of Palestinian homes, and deadly state-sanctioned settler violence are all undermining the two-state solution. We are also shocked by Israeli cabinet members' ongoing inflammatory rhetoric calling for annexation of the West Bank and resettling in Gaza. Any attempt to annex the West Bank will permanently harm long-standing global efforts to realize the two-state solution, paving the way for an insecure reality through perpetual occupation. In this connection, Israel must immediately cease all settlement activities, as stipulated in Resolution 2334. Mr. President, the grave situation in Lebanon demonstrates that stability in Israel and Palestine is a precursor to sustainable regional peace. The starting point to fulfilling this vision of the two-state solution must be an urgent end to the fighting in Gaza. Thus, we reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza as well as in Lebanon. In this regard, we hope that a consensus can be urgently found among Council members on the E10 draft resolution coordinated by Guyana. We also stress that UNRWA should remain in the region until the realization of the two-state solution. UNRWA is a core provider of education and health services for millions of Palestinian refugees in the occupied territories and beyond. We hope that Israel will recognize that any cessation of UNRWA's operations will have negative impacts on the security of the region, including in Israel. Lastly, as Resolution 2735 provides, we believe that Gaza and the West Bank should be unified under the Palestinian Authority. The Republic of Korea is ready to participate in assisting the PA and its reform, both politically and financially. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of China.
President, I thank Special Coordinator Wennesland for the briefing. Over the past 13 months, the conflict in Gaza and the situation in the Middle East have continued to take the most prominent place on the Security Council's agenda. We considered the issue frequently, yet the situation continued to worsen. We adopted resolutions requesting an immediate ceasefire, yet a ceasefire remains elusive to this day. Instead, the fighting has only intensified. We unanimously requested protection of civilians, yet we saw that international humanitarian law seemed to exist in name only, with tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians deprived of their lives in collective punishment. Time and again, we requested expanding humanitarian assistance, yet Israel repeatedly cut off humanitarian supplies and attacked humanitarian assistance personnel. We made countless warnings against the spillover of the conflict, yet we saw reckless adventurism and constantly spreading flames of war. We have to painfully admit that on the Palestinian question, the Security Council has failed to effectively discharge its duties and has failed to respond to the expectations of the international community, which one can say is most disappointing. However, it needs to be pointed out that the unsatisfactory performance of the Security Council is not caused by differences between some countries and some others, but rather due to the fact that one permanent member has been on the opposite side of the international community. Had it not been for the repeated exercise of the veto by the U.S. or its claim that Security Council resolutions are not binding, the Security Council wouldn't have been so weak and incompetent. Had it not been for the continued provision of weapons by the U.S., the war wouldn't have lasted for so long and wouldn't have caused such massive destruction. The current situation in the Middle East remains extremely precarious. It is unacceptable for the Security Council to continue to remain at a standstill and do nothing. We call upon all members to stand united and support the Council in taking strong action. First, an unconditional and immediate ceasefire must be imposed. A ceasefire is the prerequisite for saving lives and restoring peace. Linking the issue of a ceasefire with other issues and even setting preconditions for a ceasefire is essentially giving a green light to prolong the war and condoning continued killing. The Security Council must, in no ambiguous terms, request an immediate and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza. Israel should also let go of its obsession with the use of force and stop the violations against other countries, including Lebanon, Syria, and Iran. Second, humanitarian assistance must be expanded. Gaza is undergoing an unprecedented and man-made humanitarian disaster. There is no denying this fact, and the causes are unarguable. Israel, as the occupying power, must fulfill its obligations under international humanitarian law, effectively remove all obstacles to humanitarian access, ensure the orderly distribution of supplies across the whole of Gaza, and guarantee the safety of humanitarian agencies and their personnel. We urge Israel to stop suppressing UNRWA and stop implementing and revoke the bills against the agency. Third, unilateral actions in violation of international law must be stopped. International law and relevant Security Council resolutions provide the fundamental guidance for settling the Palestinian question. We express grave concerns over reports that Israel is seeking to station its military in Gaza for the long term, build a so-called buffer zone, and even rebuild settlements. We reiterate that any acts to change the population or territory of Gaza are unacceptable. The future governance arrangement for Gaza should be determined independently by the Palestinian people. The illegal settlements in the West Bank erode the foundation for establishing an independent state of Palestine. Worse still, the dangerous attempts to annex the West Bank will completely bury the prospects of peace in the Middle East. The international community must firmly reject them. Fourth, the two-state solution must be reactivated. The two-state solution is the only viable way out for the Palestinian question. Now more than ever, revitalizing the two-state solution requires the guarantee of the international community. China welcomes efforts by Saudi Arabia, the EU, Norway, and others to revitalize the two-state solution. We support convening a more broad-based, more authoritative, and more effective international peace conference with the aim of formulating the timetable and roadmap for implementing the two-state solution. We expect progress to be made at the emergency special session of the GA regarding the request for the International Peace Conference on implementing the two-state solution. President, the E10 have already proposed a draft resolution requesting an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. This represents a fresh round of efforts by the Security Council to stop the war and restore peace. China supports the prompt vote on and adoption of the resolution by the Council. I wish to conclude by pointing out that every moment leaves its record in history. At present, any delay and obstruction of the Security Council's actions will ultimately face the judgment of history. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for their statements, and I give the floor to the representative of Mozambique.
Mr. President, Mozambique commends the UK presidency for convening this important briefing on the situation in the Middle East. We extend our sincere appreciation to Mr. Tor Wennesland, the United Nations Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process. We highly value his insights and proposals on the situation on the ground, and more importantly, his tireless efforts in seeking peace and stability in the region at these challenging times. Mr. President, the conflict in the Middle East has become a central focus of the international community as a whole. It has also featured high on the agenda and the work of this Council. On many occasions, we have adopted in this chamber landmark resolutions on the issue. They include the resolutions 2712, 2720, 2728, and 2735. Those resolutions have reiterated the need for an immediate and lasting ceasefire, the release of hostages, and the free flow of humanitarian assistance to the people in Gaza. We have always considered that a ceasefire is vital to pave the way towards a longer-term peace and stability in Gaza and Palestine, as well as in the region at large. It is therefore imperative that individually and collectively we pull together our efforts in order to succeed in this endeavor. We hold the view that peace, security, and stability in the Middle East is not just a regional matter. It is a matter that is at the center of this Council's functions. It is a matter placed at the core of our Charter, of its purposes and principles. In this context, it is seriously disturbing that each time we meet, we are briefed on the worsening situation and the widening circle of conflict in the region. We are updated, among other things, on the increase of Israel's settlement activities and demolitions of infrastructure in the occupied Palestinian territory. These are activities that are clearly contrary to international law and undermine our efforts for a durable peace and security in the region. We have repeatedly called for an end to the settlement's expansion. It is imperative that Israel ceases its policy of land grabbing and occupation. Illegal settlements are totally contrary to the notion and the spirit of a two-state solution. They belong to the ideology of one-state solution. But this is not a solution that this Council embraces. Actions that aim to impose a one-state solution contravene General Assembly and Security Council resolutions, as well as the International Court of Justice orders and rulings. As a matter of fact, they inflict severe and unbearable injustice on the Palestinian people, and they perpetuate the cycle of conflict and dispossession. We take this opportunity to once again affirm Mozambique's full support for and recognition of the state of Palestine. Palestine is a peace-loving state that has the right to self-determination and is fully entitled to our seat in the family of the United Nations as a sovereign and independent nation. We believe this is a sine qua condition to bringing about to fruition a two-state solution and the establishment of a lasting peace and security in the Middle East. Mozambique embraces this vision of a two-state solution. Israel and Palestine deserve to coexist in peace and security within recognized borders in line with international law and the relevant United Nations General Assembly and the Security Council resolutions and decisions. In this context, the reconstruction of Gaza Strip is crucial and urgent. A life in dignity is absolutely incompatible with the scale of destruction and the daily massacre and human suffering the people of Gaza has been going through. Mr. President, lastly, we wish to pay tribute to the work of UNRWA in favor of the Palestinian people. We appeal to the government of Israel to rescind their decision in relation to UNRWA. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Mozambique for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, I would like to thank Tor Wennesland for his briefing. The Middle East today is quite possibly going through one of the most tragic periods in its entire history, when the wave of violence engulfing it is affecting more and more countries and people. Since the start of the escalation in Gaza, it's been almost 400 days. This date is heartrending and symbolic, but because all this time the international community, because of the opposition of one state that deems itself to be the leader of the Western world, because of that we could not adopt any effective measures to halt the violence. The UK Foreign Secretary is very fond of historical forays on colonialism. And I would urge him to have a good think about the basic question that has a direct impact on what's happening today. It would be difficult for him to do this. He is absent at the ministerial meeting convened by his own country. What is the real source of the vortex of instability that the Middle East region is being pulled further and further down into? All the narratives that we, over these months, have heard in the Security Council from our Anglo-Saxon colleagues abound in black and white, which paint the domestic political situation with one side as the barbarians and the other as innocent victims of terrorism who apparently can be forgiven for any savagery in the interest of self-defense. Western delegations each time try to start the clock of the Middle Eastern conflict on the 7th of October 2023 as if peace reigned in Gaza before that, in the region rather. This warped picture is clearly reflected in the concept note drafted by the UK presidency for today's meeting. It's astonishing that it makes no mention whatsoever of the punitive operation by Israel in the sector, in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank that has killed 43,000 Palestinians, and the land invasion by the country into Lebanon. The 7th of October as day zero of the conflict is a very handy version for the Anglo-Saxon world, a version behind which they can hide the ugly truth that the root of this brutal tragedy can be found in the UK's unprincipled policy regarding Mandate Palestine and the crass political engineering regarding the Arabs and the Israelis. And the Jews, rather. Throughout the whole history of the Middle East, the British Empire viewed this region solely as a launchpad for its great game. It brashly meddled in the affairs of regional states. It took a ruler to draw up borders. It sowed discord. It pitted neighbours against each other without the slightest thought for the people and tried to establish regimes that suited its self-centred interests. The UK and French carve-up of the Arab provinces in the Ottoman Empire, according to the Sykes-Picot Agreement, the Balfour Declaration and the White Paper of Churchill, clearly show examples of colonial polities whereby the fate of entire peoples were resolved without their direct implementation. And the same is true of the divide and rule policy taken by the West towards the Middle East after World War II. The Soviet Union unfailingly helped to establish sovereign Arab states, helped them to gain their genuine independence and establish a future based on their national interest. The role of the USSR, unlike the legacy of the Western colonializers, is still welcomed with gratitude in the Middle East region. The British Empire was changed into the Commonwealth, but the imperialist colonial essence of the British foreign policy, did it really change? Has the UK even once disavowed its colonial past? For us, it clearly has not. The UK has continued to provide Israel with mass military assistance. It voted against or abstained on all Security Council draft resolutions that had direct calls for a ceasefire in Gaza. The UK delegation has refused to support the Council draft resolution on granting Palestine full status as a member state. And on this background, the attempts by London to present itself as a champion of peace in the Middle East and to achieve the two-state solution have a strong whiff of hypocrisy. It's interesting. It's noteworthy that as part of London's pre-existing double standards, hypocritically banging on about the humanitarian situation in Ukraine and Sudan, London and its transatlantic patron has not said one word to condemn the horrific attacks by Israel on civilian objects in Gaza and the targeted strikes on educational and medical facilities that de facto serve the purpose of wiping from the map the healthcare system in the enclave, condemning many more thousand Palestinians to a gruesome death. The US and the UK, right from the start of the escalation in Gaza, de facto gave Israel a license to kill the Palestinian population, ensuring, inter alia, in the UN, international and political cover for any actions of Western Jerusalem. Furthermore, this is not only in Gaza, but also towards Lebanon and also UNIFIL peacekeepers who, on a daily basis, are encountering threats to their lives deliberately posed by the Israeli military. In any other country context, such steps would immediately have been dubbed war crimes. But when we're talking about the self-interested geopolitical game of the Anglo-Saxons, they seem momentarily to forget about international law and the rules of morality. Dear colleagues, given these credentials of our Anglo-Saxon colleagues in the Security Council, and don't seem to make a claim here, we're under no illusion that they will show even a hint of responsibility or humanity over recent months. They have thrown to one side, and they have thrown rather a whole arsenal of political pressure manipulation and sometimes threats forward to ensure the UN Security Council does not adopt an unambiguous call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Given this, it's particularly important to recognise the bravery and principled stance of Guyana and the other E10 members of the Council. Guyana, that brought to the Security Council for consideration a strong draft resolution with a call for the parties to implement an immediate, unconditional, permanent ceasefire. Now, of course, this was too late for the 43,000 Palestinians who've been killed, but it's better late than never. Tomorrow, during the vote, and I do hope it will take place tomorrow, it will be a moment of truth for the Anglo-Saxon tandem in the Security Council. If this tandem, once again, under drummed-up cynical reasons, refuses to support it, then that will mean one thing. Despite all the beautiful, well-calibrated words and slogans and the erroneous concern about the humanitarian needs of the Palestinians, Washington and London openly support an encouraging and continuation of the Israeli punitive operation, the illegal Israeli occupation, the murder of innocent civilians, and the suffering of the hostages and the unlawfully detained Palestinians. And history will never forget this, just as it has never forgotten all the colonial sins of the British Empire. Mr. President, unlike the Western players who, and just like many centuries ago, today are thinking about their self-interested neocolonial interests, we believe in the wisdom and maturity of our friends in the Middle East and their ability on their own, without external interference, to determine their path to build a peaceful, prosperous region which has huge potential and has worldwide historic, civilization, religious and cultural significance. We wholeheartedly support the work of the Pan-Arab and Islamic structures playing a key role in pushing for the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. The onset of a durable peace in the region is only possible by finding a fair solution to the Palestinian issue. Our position remains unchanged. There's a need, along with measures to overcome the active phase of the crisis, there's a need to establish conditions for direct dialogue between the Palestinians and the Israelis on a whole range of final status issues. The outcome of this process should be the achievement of the two-state solution approved by the international community, Israel and Palestine coexisting in peace and security within the 1967 borders. Thank you.
I take note of the statement from the representative of the Russian Federation, and I give the floor to the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine.
Mr. President, at the outset, I want to thank you for convening this meeting at the ministerial level, and also to thank all the ministers in attendance at this crucial juncture. Allow me also to thank Mr. Wensland for his sobering briefing, and through him to express our appreciation for all the efforts being undertaken by the United Nations, notably its personnel on the ground, especially UNRWA, the lifeline for millions of refugees, the sole means of survival in Gaza, and doing so while under constant attack and the target of a smearing campaign and unrelenting incitement by Israel, the occupying power, aimed at collapsing the agency and denying millions of essentials of life. Mr. President, 408 days with 2 million Palestinians struggling to survive, chased and haunted from one end of Gaza to the other, displaced and starved. Nowhere is safe. No one man, woman, or child immune from attack, ruthlessly targeted, barely escaping death, only to face death yet again the next day. No one can claim they do not know what is happening in Gaza. No one can claim that civilians are not being killed on purpose, starved on purpose, forcibly displaced on purpose, terrorized on purpose, all part of an undeniable plan for the annexation of the land and annihilation of its people. There is nothing hidden about what Israel is doing in Gaza. It has been exposed by every reliable source there is. It is beyond doubt what plan is being implemented and for what purpose. Every announcement of improvement is contradicted by the deepening suffering of people on the ground, the deepening of the humanitarian catastrophe, the relentless violence further devastating whatever is left of life in Gaza. The only question that matters now is, are you willing to do what is necessary to stop it? Mr. President, from Palestine to Lebanon, the same illegal and inhumane methods are on full display. No regard for civilian life, no regard for the law, no regard for humanity. The mass killing of civilians and mass destructions continue unabated. Can anyone claim this is not a threat to the peace, threat to international peace and security? If this is not a threat to peace, what is? There is only one course of action for this Security Council: demanding an immediate and unconditional ceasefire under Chapter 7 of the Charter. let me repeat, demanding immediate and unconditional ceasefire under Chapter 7 of the Charter, as has been called for by the Arab and Muslim Summit in Riyadh on 11 November. A ceasefire has long been the demand of the Palestinian people, of peoples around the world, of governments around the world, and of the families of hostages, because they know this is the only way for families, Palestinian and Israelis, to be reunited in life, not in death. We are on the brink of total collapse of life in Gaza. Inaction means perpetuating the agony, feeding the fire, and allowing death to prevail. It is to sit by and watch as death sentences are issued and executed every day for hundreds of civilians. Mr. President, nothing justifies harming civilians. Repeatedly, deliberately, massively. Nothing justifies targeting them, indiscriminate killing them. Nothing justifies wanton destructions of homes and civilian infrastructure. Nothing justifies the use of starvation as method of war. Nothing justifies depriving an entire people of medical care and aid, no less in a time of genocide. If we start accepting any explanation for these actions, any justification, any pretext, we will be upending the fundamental rules that were elaborated to safeguard humanity, making all peoples more vulnerable and more exposed. This is a crisis for Palestine of the highest order and equally for the international community as a whole. Israel has declared a war on our international law-based order. It is attacking the UN, its Secretary General, UNRWA, and UNIFIL. It is attacking the ICC, attacking the ICJ, and breaching its authoritative opinion and its provisional orders under the Genocide Convention. What world is this where war criminals are shielded and judges are threatened, where peacekeepers are attacked and humanitarians killed? What world is this where civilians are targeted, killed, maimed, tormented, and traumatized with no protection, no decisive action whatsoever to stop this inhumanity? Gaza is the crossroad, and what you do there will determine where humanity goes from here. Gaza's fate will haunt the world for generations to come. You must act now, individually, collectively, within these halls and outside of them, to put out the fire before it devours everything on its path. Mr. President, violence is an impasse. What our region needs is not more killing, but rather a just political solution. The solution is not for one people to be disappeared, but rather for mutual acceptance and existence. It is not to kill and be killed, but rather to live and let live. That is the only path towards shared peace and security. The choice is simple: between occupation and freedom, annexation and independence, apartheid and dignity of universal rights, oppression and coexistence, a choice between war and peace. The current Israeli government has made a choice. It is obvious from the statements of its representatives, from the actions of its leaders, occupation forces and settlers, it is the wrong choice for all. And that is why, whatever action you take or fail to take are so important, because what happens next will determine which path we are on. For generations to come, we will do our part, but we cannot do it alone, nor can we do it for long if this continues. We are running out of time. The fate of the region cannot be left to be decided by those blinded by hate and fanatic ideology. It has to be determined by the law, by reason, by regard for all human lives, by respect for our rights and our common humanity, and by the quest for shared peace and security. We call on all states to act for protection of civilians, recognition of the State of Palestine and its admission as a full member in the United Nations, implementation of the ICJ advisory opinion, respect for international legal obligations without exception, without fear or favor. We call on them to act decisively to end settlement activities in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, including by taking actions against the Israeli officials responsible before we see settlements built yet again in Gaza. We call on them to support initiatives for just and lasting peace through actions, not only words. A journalist asked me if it was realistic to expect an end of occupation when it was clear that the objective was permanent annexation. Asked me if it was realistic to speak of two-state solution when there was clearly no readiness on the Israeli government side to ever accept an independent Palestinian state. Asked me if it was realistic to speak of coexistence while a genocide was underway. My answer is that the only alternative to an end of occupation and the two-state solution and coexistence is perpetual war, ever more deadly. What is unrealistic is to think that oppressing an entire nation will lead to peace and security. What is unrealistic is to continue the same policies that have been tried for decades, yet expect a different outcome. What is unrealistic is to think that one side can simply eliminate the other. We warned then and we warn again of where this path leads us to. We have seen it time and time again. We are witnessing it now. We cannot allow for this to continue any longer. A different path is possible if we reject this self-inflicted powerlessness. Being realistic means refusing to surrender to a reality of death and destruction, of occupation and conflict, of hate and war, instead working together to chart a path that ends this genocide, ends this occupation, and ensures that our collective will for freedom, justice, and peace prevails over that reality. We will work with all of you to chart this irreversible path forward, and the first indispensable step is an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. We appeal to this Council to act now, and I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Permanent Observer of the Observer State of Palestine for his statement, and now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, we had the honor and privilege to accompany Ayelet Samerano here in the UN and stand by her as she spoke about her son, Yonatan. Ayelet has spoken many times of her son, his passion, enthusiasm, his love for the earth and all its creatures, his smile, his laugh, his love of life. As Ayelet said, Yonatan is a life, and the life is Yonatan. That life was stolen by a monster on the UN payroll. As seen on the video, Yonatan was thrown into the back of a truck and taken back to Gaza by an UNRWA employee. The monster who robbed the Samerano family of their son, of his smile, of his embrace, was cashing checks signed and sealed by the United Nations and the UNRWA Commissioner General. To say that Ayelet's pain is agonizing is a monumental understatement. Yet she has received no apology from the UN, no explanation, no any expression of regret. The fact that this is not the topic of today's discussion, that a UN employee brutally kidnapped an Israeli civilian, is beyond me. It is not as if this is a surprise. After all, we have provided hundreds of names and Hamas IDs of UNRWA employees involved in the October 7 massacre. We have exposed many senior UNRWA employees who were Hamas terrorists, and many senior Hamas terrorists who were UNRWA employees. How does this not anger you all? So many of you, not all of you, are UNRWA's largest donors. You give your money and resources to the United Nations and UNRWA, rightfully assuming it would be used for education and social services. Are you not outraged that it has been used to terrorize innocent? Are you not livid at the desecration of the UN's lofty ideals? Before looking outward, one must look to their own house. Because if you truly want to lay the groundwork for regional peace, there must first be a change in the UN's modus operandi in the region. No more incitement of hatred, no more teaching of violence, and no more money for terrorism. Commissioner Lazzarini himself recently admitted that UNRWA's contributions to current humanitarian efforts could be replaced, and I quote, without a doubt. Well, take him at his word and help us turn a new page for the betterment of all involved. Yonatan is still in Gaza, along with 100 other hostages. Israel will never abandon them, never stop fighting for their freedom. The Council can and must help, condemn Hamas, demand their immediate and unconditional release, turn your focus onto the terrorist organization exploiting Gazan civilians as a tool for the extermination of Israel. While we fight for the freedom of our hostages and continue to combat terrorists across Gaza, we will not falter in our extensive humanitarian efforts. Only last week I shared our immense efforts since October. In the past 6 days alone, those efforts continue without relent. For example, last week, over 100 aid trucks entered Gaza through the Kerem Shalom and Kisufim crossings, as well as the Erez crossing in the north. On that same day, 15 trucks of goods from the UAE delivered to the Ashdod port and entered to northern Gaza. This was their second such shipment. It included over 2,000 pallets of water, medical equipment, shelter supplies, and hygiene products. Along with delivering aid, we have ensured the maintenance of essential infrastructure, 11 hospitals currently operate in Gaza, and additional 14 field hospitals. Meanwhile, we have protected access to water across the Strip. In northern Gaza alone, 112 liters are available per person per day. I am also happy to report that 50 trucks were collected on the Gazan side by international agencies. However, almost 900 remain uncollected as the aid wastes away. Our discussions require refocusing across all aspects, but our debates on the humanitarian efforts in Gaza are in particular need. While Israel facilitates the entrance of hundreds of aid trucks weekly via many crossings, there has been a failure of agencies to collect that aid. While we flood Gaza with aid, there is a drought of distribution. We will continue to fulfill our duties, but the UN and international organizations must step up in this respect. Not only must the UN step up to its aid distribution obligations, but the focus must also shift to Hamas's constant hijacking of humanitarian aid to feed their machine of terror and misery. Let me give you an example. 48 hours ago, together with other organizations, and UNRWA will verify what I'm telling you now, we coordinated the entry of more than 100 aid trucks which crossed Kerem Shalom crossing into Gaza. 97 of those trucks were violently looted by Hamas, with the drivers held at gunpoint. 97 out of 100 trucks. This is an example of the immensely challenging reality that we are facing. We will continue with our efforts, despite the Council continuing to ignore the true cause of the situation, Hamas and its violent greed. Week after week, some at this table villainize and demonize Israel, but your failure to identify the crimes of Hamas against the Gazan people exposes your true agenda, your true bias, and the blinding hatred that lies behind it. Colleagues, Israel is under attack on 7 fronts, including from our northern border, after Hezbollah made the decision to enter the war on October 8 in solidarity with their Hamas terrorist comrades. They fired over 15,000 rockets, missiles, anti-tank missiles, drones, and other such weapons at our civilian population. As a result, 70,000 of our civilians have been made internal refugees. Israel has been perfectly clear on what it takes to restore calm. First, Hezbollah must withdraw to the north of the Litani River, as outlined in Resolution 1701. Southern Lebanon must be freed of Iranian proxies, per Resolution 1559. No other country at this table would accept 70,000 of their civilians being displaced by a terrorist organization. No other country at this table would take any different steps than Israel. No other country would lie down and agree to that terrorist organization remaining on their border. The international community must join us in our efforts to restore Lebanese sovereignty to southern Lebanon, freeing the Lebanese people of their Iranian masters and enforcing the resolutions of this very council. Mr. President, there is a string connecting all of these crises, a common thread which has spilled blood in every corner of the Middle East. It is the same thread that runs a railway of death through Syria and into Lebanon, supplying and training Hezbollah terrorists to carry out their murderous goals. It is the same thread that armed and bolstered Hamas to commit the October 7 atrocities. The same threads destabilizing Iraq and Syria. The same thread that directs the Houthis in their attacks against international maritime trade. Iranian officials have themselves acknowledged their relationship with the Houthis. Their sponsorship of terror is not an open secret among nations. Iran shouted from the rooftop. In a report delivered to you last month, it was revealed that Iran's funds and weapons have transformed the Houthis into a military force, evidenced by hundreds of indiscriminate attacks against merchant ships, as well as UK and US warships over the last year. Now that global threat is steaming towards obtaining nuclear capabilities. We cannot and will not allow that to happen. Iran dreams of a vision of domination made possible by a nuclear arsenal. Iran's nuclear ambitions pose a threat not only to Israel, but to every member state of the UN. We all know that a nuclear-armed Iran would not hesitate to rain down destruction not yet witnessed. Confronting this global existential threat requires a coalition of the courageous. This Council must set the tone, condemn the Ayatollah's regime, impose crippling sanctions, and work with us to draw a line in the sand so the Middle East might heal from the damage Iran has caused. Mr. President, this is a moment for decisive action. The Council must rise to its purpose and address the true instigator of instability in the Middle East. Iran's blood-stained ambitions will only end when we collectively say enough. Before concluding, I must mention the efforts to pass a resolution in this Council which fails to outline the release of the hostages as a condition of a ceasefire. Such a decision would be a betrayal, not only of Israel, but of the 101 families and their loved ones being tormented by terrorist monsters. This includes Jonathan Samerano and his family, to whom the United Nations owed an unpayable debt. Israel will defend its people. We will never abandon our hostages, never forget them, and never stop fighting for them. That's why we started this war, I remind you. Make no mistake, history will remember who stood with us to uphold peace and justice and who allowed terror to flourish. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Israel for their statements. I now give the floor to the representative of Lebanon.
Sayyid al-Rais.
Mr. President, it is my honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Arab Group. At the outset, the Arab Group thanks the United Kingdom, the President of the Security Council this month, for holding this open debate on the situation in the Middle East. We welcome the Secretary of State, Mr. David Lammy, presiding over this council. We thank the briefers for their valuable briefing. We welcome honorable ministers to this session. Mr. President, this discussion is held 1 week following the Arab Islamic Summit held in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, presided over by the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. 1 week following the sounding of the alarm that famine is imminent in northern Gaza. We meet again today as Israel continues its genocidal war in Gaza, and as UN agencies confirm that Gaza is no longer Gaza has become inhabitable. We also meet at a time when Israel continues its aggression on Lebanon and its blatant violations of its territory and sovereignty, and as Israel continues to violate the territories of the Syrian Arab Republic. Mr. President, the Arab Group once again calls upon your august council to stop the brutal Israeli aggression on Gaza and Lebanon, to end the dangerous Israeli violations of the UN Charter, international law, and the international humanitarian law. We warn against any escalation in the region and its international and regional repercussions. We warn against the expansion of the aggression that has gone beyond Gaza and included Lebanon without the United Nations taking decisive action and with the failure of the international legitimacy. We stress the need for the Security Council to shoulder its responsibility today and take a binding resolution under Chapter 7 to compel Israel, the occupying power, to agree to a ceasefire in Gaza and ensure the rapid, safe, and unhindered access to enough sufficient humanitarian assistance to all regions in the Strip. And we stress the total rejection of forced displacement of Palestinian citizens and our rejection of any attempt to divide occupied Palestinian territories, especially in Gaza, or introduce any demographic or geographic change therein. Mr. President, the Arab Group condemns the collective punishment policy adopted by Israel and its use of blockade and starvation as a weapon against civilians civilians in the Gaza Strip. We stress the need to compel Israel to fully withdraw from the Gaza Strip and open all border crossings between Israel and the Gaza Strip. It's also important to lift restrictions impeding the safe, unhindered, and rapid humanitarian access. We condemn the adoption by the Israeli Knesset of racist, illegitimate laws against UNRWA. We stress that these resolutions and laws are null and void. Once again, we support the UNRWA, and we call upon all states to provide effective financial and political support to this agency. We strongly condemn the Israeli horrific crimes in Gaza, which are part of the genocide and ethnic cleansing campaign, especially in northern Gaza in the past few weeks. We call upon the Security Council to establish an independent, credible international commission of inquiry to investigate these crimes and take serious steps to prevent the destruction of evidence in order to ensure that the perpetrators are held accountable and do not enjoy impunity. We also call upon your august council and the international community to take the necessary resolutions, including by imposing sanctions to stop the escalatory Israeli measures, which are illegitimate in the occupied West Bank, which are impeding the two-state solution and the prospects of a just and comprehensive peace. We condemn the terrorist attacks by Israeli settlers against Palestinian citizens and their property, which are escalating in a systematic way because of the support and arming of the Israeli occupation government. We stress the need to maintain the legal and historic status quo of the holy sites in occupied Jerusalem.
السيد الرئيس تدين المجموعة.
Mr. President, the Arab Group condemns in the strongest term the ongoing Israeli aggression against Lebanon, the violation of its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and calls for an immediate ceasefire and the full implementation of Resolution 1701. The Arab Group condemns the deliberate targeting of the Lebanese army and its sites that killed and injured many among its ranks. It condemns the killing of civilians, the systematic destruction of residential areas, and the forced displacement of individuals. There are more than 1.2 million internally displaced people in Lebanon. It condemns the targeting of UNIFIL and the repeated attacks on the vicinity of heritage sites in Lebanon that are listed on UNESCO list of World Heritage, particularly in Baalbek and Tyr, reiterating the need to protect these cultural and historic sites. The Arab Group condemns the escalating Israeli aggression on the territories of the Syrian Arab Republic, including the targeting of civilians, the destruction of civilian buildings and infrastructure, and the violation of its sovereignty, constituting grave crimes and violations of the international law and relevant UN resolutions, reiterating the need to end the Israeli occupation of the occupied Syrian Golan. Mr. President, the Arab Group looks forward to the Conference on Humanitarian Aid that will be hosted by Cairo on the 2nd of December 2024. In the context of efforts to provide adequate humanitarian aid to the Strip, we reiterate our support to the tremendous efforts made by Egypt, Qatar, in cooperation with the U.S. to achieve an immediate and lasting ceasefire in Gaza Strip and the release of hostages and prisoners. It holds Israel the responsibility for failure of these efforts as a result of the backing away by the Israeli government from agreements that were reached by the negotiators. Mr. President, in conclusion, the Arab Group calls upon the international community to fully implement the advisory opinion issued by the ICJ on the 19th of July 2024 towards the ending of the Israeli occupation and its implications and to pay reparations for the damages as soon as possible. It calls upon the international parties to launch a plan that has specific steps and timeframes under international auspices to end the occupation and realize the independent Palestinian state that is sovereign on the 4th of June 1967 borders with occupied Jerusalem as its capital on the basis of the two-state solution according to the relevant resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative of 2002. The Arab Group reiterates that the just and lasting comprehensive peace in the region cannot be achieved without the ending of the Israeli occupation of all Arab-occupied territories. We thank those countries that have recognized the State of Palestine and call the others to do the same. We reiterate the importance for the State of Palestine to join the UN as a full-fledged member. Mr. President, allow me now to deliver the following statements in my national capacity. Israel continues its aggression on Lebanon and its people, its violation of the UN Charter, the international law, and the international humanitarian law, as well as the relevant international resolutions, primarily Resolution 1701. Israeli forces continue to carry ground incursions on border villages with the aim of reoccupying them, destroying them, and creating a buffer, scorched, unlivable zone. According to the latest report by the World Bank, more than 100,000 residential units have been damaged partially or fully. The Special Rapporteur on the Right to Adequate Housing, Mr. Raja Jubal, concluded that what Israel is doing in Lebanon can be described as domicide, and that it does not wage a war only in Gaza and now in Lebanon, but rather a campaign of scorched earth policies that destroys all homes, mosques, schools, and signs of habitation. Israel continues the bombing of civilian establishments, emergency and healthcare centers, the vicinity of heritage sites, particularly in Tyre and Baalbek, that are listed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. More than 3,516 people are killed and 14,929 injured, including women, children, journalists, first responders, medical teams, as well as members of the Lebanese armies. The number of the forcibly displaced people exceeded 1.2 million. Israel continues its attacks on the Lebanese army and the UNIFIL. And here we ask the question, does Israel think that by targeting UNIFIL and the Lebanese army, they would contribute to finding solutions and achieve stability or the return of the displaced? Mr. President, according to the World Bank estimates, the total financial and economic losses to Lebanon has amounted to $8.5 billion. No one country can bear this tremendous burden, let alone Lebanon, that have been facing for the last 5 years countless crises. Lebanon has become the only country in the world that has refugees, displaced and internally displaced. Here we call again and repeat our call to the brotherly and friendly countries to stand alongside of Lebanon in this plight, and we point to the establishment of a fund that will be replenished by contributions from brotherly and friendly countries that will be under UN supervision so that the spending for reconstruction can come under credible international audit and oversight. Mr. President, the main thing is to stop the aggression and to cease the fire immediately. Israel's withdrawal from all occupied Lebanese territories and stopping the violations of the Lebanese sovereignty, the ongoing bombing, particularly of civilians and civilian areas, and the full implementation of Resolution 1701. We reiterate the need to hold Israel accountable for its countless crimes, and we reiterate our unwavering commitment to Resolution 1701 and to enhance our defense capacities to preserve our sovereignty and independence in the face of external ambitions and threats. We are committed to deploy the Lebanese army in the south so that it is the only legitimate authority south of Al-Litani River is the authority of the government of Lebanon, and that there is no weapon present without the approval of the government of Lebanon, according to Resolution 1701. We reiterate our support of UNIFIL. We rely on their active and primary role, according to their mandate, in cooperation and coordination with the Lebanese army to strengthen the extension of the state authority over all Lebanese territories within the internationally recognized borders. Mr. President, in conclusion, we recall what His Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs and Immigrants, Dr. Abdul Habib, said in his statement before the ministers of the Council of Arab and Muslim Ministers of Foreign Affairs last week. He said, have solutions through a ceasefire and a recommitment to the implementation of Resolution 1701 are much better than continuation of the war. However, the shortest solution to lasting peace in south of Lebanon comes through complete solutions, comprehensive solutions. That means that as long as Israel continues its violations by land, by sea, by air of Lebanon's sovereignty, and as long as they avoid acknowledging the international borders that were recognized and demarcated between Lebanon and Palestine in 1923 and confirmed by the Lebanese-Israeli Armistice Agreement of 1949 under the auspices and supervision of the UN, the more Israel sows the seeds for future wars that we so tirelessly work to avoid. Anyone who wants to live in peace and security with their environment in the region, including with Lebanon that embraced peace in the Beirut Arab Summit of 2002 as a strategic option and adopted the Arab Peace Initiative that was proposed by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Anyone who wants that should stop the violations definitively and end the occupation of Lebanese territories. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Lebanon for their statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. I'm grateful in particular to the interpreters for enabling us to go significantly beyond our time today. The meeting is suspended.